Alright everyone, it looks like it's time for us to get started on this night's session of Veldheim, the City of the Lost. Let's switch over to the main screen, and now let's get our players in here. Hey, what's up fellas? How's it going?
It's good.
Heck yeah.
Terrific.
Hello, hello.
Fantastic.
Wonderful. I am ready for another amazing session. This is our 4th session of the City of the Lost D&D campaign. Please remember that we have lots of very fun channel point redemptions available for you. Just look below chat. All you have to do to earn them is watch streams on this channel. Not only this one, but any stream. It's kosher. And we've got our players here. Rob the Pure.
Hello there.
Gorkar, and who also streams on Twitch.
Hey, hey.
As Could It Be JC. And we've got Jabbers, who also streams on Twitch as Uncle_Nix.
Hi, everybody. How's it going?
Let me throw some... It's not going to put a thing on the screen. Yeah, okay, good. But I can still put it in the chat. Boom, there you go. And we've got Frankie, our sorcerer half-elf.
Hidely ho, Viorinos.
And please don't forget, everyone, that we do have a very nice Patreon setup for the game, which helps fund things like, let's see if I can't zoom in on some of our character models here. Look at this. Here's one of our very fine character models that has been because of you guys, Patreon. This is Rob the Pure here. See, we've got a very nice full 3D model for the thing here. Him and the other... Yeah.
Yeah.
All the player characters have their own character models, and that is completely thanks to the people that have already believed in us enough to support us so far. So I would like to just give a huge shout out to all the y'all that have supported us already. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Seriously, thank you guys.
Couldn't be more grateful. Thank you.
And it would not be the same without all of you.
Yes. And now I believe it is time for the ritualistic rolling of the dice. Try not to roll low, my boys.
Ooh.
Oh!
It ain't gonna be me this round.
Frankie with a 20.
Yeah, nice waste of a natural 20 there.
Jabbers with a 12.
Thank you.
Oh my god, again? I've done a recap every session. Okay.
The recap really wants Gorkar recap. Also, Gorkar, I would like to mention that I was talking to one of my friends today, and they were talking about how you were Gorkar is their favorite character because he's so funny. So, you know, more screen time for Gorkar.
Hell yeah. Gorkar already has a push for merchandise IRL, a catchphrase and everything. It's fucking Gorkin time.
Yeah. Alright, so whenever you're ready, that recap is ready for ya. I assume you're just getting it pulled up here. Uh-oh, did we lose Gorkar? Oh,
Can you
I
hear me?
see. I lost connection for a minute, I think. Hello?
I mean,
we can hear you.
Okay, I saw you guys lighting up, but I didn't hear anything. That was weird. We got Gorkar?
You going off?
We do.
Alright, cool beans. Ready for you, my dude.
Okay, I just had to take myself off of touch to
Yep.
talk. Okay. Must get into Gorkar character. There's the voice, yes. Very good. Gorkar has things to speak with Horestus about at the beginning of the last day of adventuring. The two of them discuss marketing, but Gorkar has no merchandise yet. Gorkar is ready to start making money outside of Arena, though. Rest of Gorkar's friends go shopping before leaving for Gore. Gorkar not need anything. Gorkar is ready. Weird friends Hank and Force don't want to tell the party about what's going on here. Frankie tries to get more information and not go to Gore without, but gets shocked for his insolence. Gorkar guess it's time to go then. Gorkar and friends leave through Eastgate into what looked like totally different place. It is totally different place. Sky is very red. Air smell like blood. Gorkar liked this place so far, even if it is a little hot. We travel for an hour and find a bridge to cross a river of blood. Gorkar liking how brutal this place is. Until attacked by disgusting mosquito ticks. Someone called them sturges. Gorkar never heard of them. Sturges drink lots of Gorkar's blood and Gorkar almost died. Thank Hala Brightaxe, Gorkar didn't fall. When getting close to some small village, clouds gather and air smells even more like blood. Gorkar and friends need to find shelter. We meet Tato and Brixney, two tieflings they called, and they bring us into village full of all men. Gorkar and friends get shelter before meeting more of the village. Gorkar thought he enjoyed violence, but the tieflings danced in blood rain. Also pretty brutal. Blaze comes to find us, and Blaze looked like a Blaze. Blaze talk a lot about Etsos, but Gorkar not know who that is. Frankie still have lots of questions. Blaze decided it's time to take the loss to Etsos. Etsos keeps many husbands. That seems to be her power here. Etsos takes special interest in Rob. Rob, not very interested. Probably too pure. Rob initially say he will take burden of Gem of Dutrex, but then not like the idea. Jabbers gladly take it. Jabbers will get nice shiny. After group talks with Etsos, party go find Dutrex and get Gem for Jabbers. Travel north and find Big Tomb. Must be where Dutrex is. Party put heads together and figure out how to open Tomb, and epic combat ensue. Finally, Gorkar's special gift from his god comes in handy. Out of character, critical hits get flat 7 bonus damage to the total. First crit for Gorkar that session. Whoa! After fight, Jabbers take Gem from Dutrex's head. Somehow Dutrex's head still try and bite Jabbers. Jabbers not want to do it at first, but Gorkar and friends inspire bravery in bravest lizard. Jabbers takes the gem and likes the shiny. When get back to Gore, Etsos want Jabbers to participate in weird blood rain ritual. Gorkar want to stand watch for his lizard friend. not want anything to happen to him. That sauce tells us we must be naked, or else our clothes will be shredded. Gorkar not understand why, but Gorkar not have problem. Blaze tell Jabbers, you will be respectful to Lady Etsos at all times. Blaze not know Jabbers' most respectful lizard. Gem, shiny and glowing blood rain fountain. Jabbers suffering a little bit, but Etsos wills him on through the process. Etsos also not do well, though. Etsos collapse after ritual. Aftermath of ritual onset of Gorkar. Gorkar not want to write about it. Jabbers and Etsos both look tired. It is time for you to bathe in the blood rain, Etsos said to Jabbers. Lizard friend seems to get struck by red lightning, but lightning actually strike Gem. Jabbers very confused, Gorkar very naked. After ritual, Jabbers is now most fire-resistant lizard ever. Etsos tell Gorkar and friends they are required to return to village for feast the next day, and village not want to house Gorkar and friends. But Gorkar sure he can be of use to village. Gorkar then told that it not village Gorkar should need to be useful to, but Etsos. Gorkar not really understand the assignment, but show up anyways. And Gorkar not really right about the rest, but Gorkar stay back and assist Etsos. Rest of Gorkar's friends get sent away, which not why Gorkar tried to do this. As the party was leaving, a notable quote by our lizard friend. Breeding! Breeding! And, Gorkar. I think Gorkar's fur is a bit singed, but decision well worth it. And that is where our session ended from the eyes of Gorkar.
Sweet stuff. Thank you for the recap, my dude.
Yes, yes.
Alright, so, Gorkar, and for all of you, kind of just keep in mind that canonically these recaps are actually happening. The characters are being teleported into, like, a study where they're told to, like, give a account of events of the past day, and then they're teleported back with a modify memory spell attached to where they don't remember having done it. But, yes, they canonically come to you, the audience, and tell you these things. We are going to be picking back up in Gore Village. The next morning, Gorkar, as previously mentioned, the last night in this tent was, the best word to describe it would be brutal. She has some very dark tastes, and, we're gonna leave it at that. I noticed that you said something in the recap about taking many husbands, and while that's not something you guys learned about in the last session, that's something you, the player, knew from the last time we tried to do this campaign.
I think it's safe to say we just intuited that.
We're going to say that Gorkar did intuit that, but also it was confirmed. As the next morning, Gorkar, you wake up. Remember, you are exactly bloodied, and you have 1 level of exhaustion. And you are woken up by the very abrupt shove from behind you as Etsos says, "Get out of my tent," and rolls over and pulls the blanket around herself. 2 of the men that were in the room, of the 3, scramble up, and they're like, "Lady Etsos wants you to leave now." Gorkar, you are
Gorkar, hear
still
that.
naked.
Gorkar, hear what Etsos say. And Gorkar just kind of walks towards the door, not bothering to re-robe, and says, "Where Gorkar is?"
As you walk out into the main area, we're not gonna like move models around this map right here, but this is where we are in the village of Gore. Gorkar, you come outside, and you find Vath and Uding both standing there, connected at the hip as always, looking rather nervous, and they say, and they like kind of blink at you out of surprise as you walk out, and Vath says to you, I suppose this was the reason Lady Etsos did not call for us in. We have been standing here all night, by her orders. Gorkar?
Meanwhile, Gorkar's just doing that like early morning stretch with the like arms in the air.
Did we lose Gorkar?
Right.
Oh, there, no. we didn't.
Stretching and kind of scratches his ass and goes, "You mean you two not sleep last night?"
No, we were on standby for Lady Etsos. And Uding says to you, Gorkar, yes, we are her favorites, unfortunately.
Well, Gorkar not sleep well either. Actually, Gorkar not able to get much sleep. Where Gorkar's clothes?
They point back over at their tent that you had left your clothes in the previous day. It's still very early in the morning as far as you can tell. There's barely any light overhead. It's still very red though. Still very hot.
Gorkar wanders over and goes to get his effects.
Yep. Vath and Uding remain outside of Etsos' tent, just watching you go about your business in the town. You get your stuff and get dressed. You look towards the gate, knowing that, well, I should say that Blaze approaches you at this point and says, "It is time for you to leave until you return for the feast."
Gorkar kind of scratches his head and looks really confused and say, "What point of doing all of that if Gorkar have to still leave and come back?"
He shrugs. "It is not my business to question Lady Etsos's desires."
Gorkar's just shaking his head and like, "I guess Gorkar have to go back to Felderheim. Stupid rainy city."
And so Gorkar exits Gore, having been abruptly shoved out of the bed.
Ultimately, we didn't even accomplish the goal that you were setting out to begin with.
Actually, I'm gonna leave the lighting nice and dark.
But did you have fun?
It's not about the destination, it's about the journey.
That's
oh,
right.
I should turn on grid snapping. There we go. So Gorkar, you're having your merry couple-hour walk of shame, so to speak, back from the village of Gore. You're walking along that road that stretches, this vast road that stretches across the. I'm getting my brain mixed up. Oh my god. This is why I smoke for my games. I can actually keep my thoughts collected when I'm high. You're walking down the road that stretches before you with the vast, dead farmland off to the side. Hey, Balana, did you just, like, wake up and... What was that? My dog just, like, barked really loudly, and I don't know why. In, like, surprise. Alright, sorry, that's what I was distracted about. Anyway. Gorkar, you're walking down this road next to the vast dead farmland, and a very quick movement catches your attention out of the corner of your eye. over towards your left side on the path, off the path, I should say.
I guess Gorkar will investigate
Oh boy.
from the road. He's just gonna look and see if he
Yep.
can see anything.
Yep, roll a perception check.
$21.
A 21. Yeah, you see this, it's actually a very, it's a small-sized, creature. They've got their eyes locked on you, and they are zipping through the air very quickly in your direction. You get the impression it is not looking to give you a hug. Roll initiative as soon as I get this open over here on the side. I am so disorganized.
Oh, by the way, I had already set my hit points before the session, but where
Got it.
exactly do I find exhaustion on my sheet?
It's a condition.
Condition.
Tis a condition.
I'm still getting used to doing this from my PC, which is nice, but everything's also in different places than what I'm used to from the mobile app.
Should be directly under hit points.
It's funny because I made two encounters for the beginning of this game, one of which is called Encounter for Gorkar, and the other one is called Encounter for Not Gorkar.
Lovely.
Yeah, I wonder what the other
Foreshadow-
encounter is for.
Sometimes foreshadowing is obvious.
Alright, so... Gorkar, initiative is ready for you. Oh, Jesus. Gore battle.
Dirty 20. God, I hope I'm not wasting my rolls before combat.
Well, I mean, this is combat. So... I need to turn that down a little bit. Oh my goodness. I forgot that the combat music was so intensely loud. So, Gorkar, you look up and see this thing zipping towards you. It has a speed of 120 feet.
Wowie, wow.
10, 15,
That's
20,
ridiculous.
25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, bam. And in a flash, it is right up in your face, and the glint of a dagger catches your eye as it swipes back and forth, mostly catching your leather armor. The first hit is a 13. The second hit is a 26. Manages to cut through and gets 7 damage in on you, Gorkar. And the last one is a miss. And it's your turn.
Oh man. We are going to rage.
Aye.
And remind me again what the first level of exhaustion does.
Nothing in combat. It's disadvantage on skill checks.
Okay, cool.
I think the second level of exhaustion is movement speed reduced.
We are going to swing the great axe. Not recklessly.
Let me double check. Not recklessly, I like that.
Does a 15 hit?
15, ooh, is not a hit.
Shit! That's it for Gorkar.
Alright, yeah, it's just disadvantage on ability checks, nothing else.
Yeah, that's my turn.
Gorkar, it comes in for another round of slices. That is a miss. a miss, and a 26.
Okay, another 26.
You take
the
8.
dice like that number.
You take 8 points of piercing damage, and it is your turn.
Gorkar is on death's door.
Ooh.
And we're gonna try again with the Great Axe. And Gorkar's gonna die. That's a miss.
Does someone want to help Gorkar out? I'll give a moment for a channel point redemption for inspiration or some such. Hmm? Gorkar would need an inspiration in order to re-roll that.
And also wouldn't turn down a healing potion. Cough, cough. Y'all are lucky I don't cheat because I have plenty of channel points.
Where's the fun in that?
Precisely.
Well, it looks like we are not getting a redemption, so I'm going to roll dice. It's like,
Blue, let's go.
it's harrying you. It's zipping around you almost faster than you can keep track of. Miss. 13, miss. Miss. Gorkar, you're up.
Let's try again. This is what I meant when I said wasting my roll. I had a great perception, a great initiative, and I haven't hit since.
You're gonna hate it when you know how many hit points this thing has.
Oh, no, don't say that.
Oh gosh.
Probably has like none. It's probably like a single hit kill.
Does a 19 hit?
A 19 hits, roll damage, Gorkar.
So that is 8 plus 3 plus 2. So 8 plus 3 is 11. Plus 2 for raging is 13. Plus divine fury is 1d6 plus 1. Where is divine fury? What the hell?
Should be in features.
Ah, my dice for it are actually in actions, though. Here we go. So that's 13 plus... Alright, so 20 points of damage with the Great Axe.
Alright, so let's set the scene here. Gorkar's walking down the road, haggard from his night of debauchery with a dominatrix demon lady, and is suddenly harried by a tiny little creature that you could barely keep track of with his eyes as it darts around him, laughing as it makes little cuts here and there, and Gorkar's just swinging around wildly, bellowing madly in his rage. And then finally, a giant swipe of his weapon cuts right through the creature, luckily, and you hear it go, "Ah, fuck you!" as it disappears in a flash of golden light.
Yay!
No, fuck you!
It had 10 hit points, Gorkar.
I'm pretty sure this is roughly analogous to some hangovers I've had.
Gorkar, you gain experience for that fight. It is 200 experience.
That was harrowing.
And you look back out over the vestige of gore. It's up to you. Do you want to like plop down to try and take a rest, or are you just gonna try and like you have a few options, Gorkar. You could double time it and run. You could continue walking, or you could stop and take a rest. And then after you take a rest, you could either walk or double time.
Hmm.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. I'm sorry. There's a house rule that I'm forgetting that's very important, as you automatically gain the effects of a short rest after a combat, as you are infused with natural regenerative healing properties, accelerated by the collar that you wear. I forgot. That's my fault. You don't have to take an hour to short rest. You just automatically get it.
I'm gonna roll at least one of these hit dice.
Actually, we should have considered your night with Etsos to be a battle encounter and let you know.
I think it's wise first to drag that out for the viewers.
What's that?
Hey, you never know. They might have been into it.
That's fair.
We're gonna get R-rated.
I mean, you know, people are really into Game of Thrones, and all they did was sex position at the very beginning, so I don't know.
That shit sells, man.
You know, important dialogue with meaningless naked people on screen. That's literally Game of Thrones, like season 1 MO.
American television at its finest.
We need important we need important dialogue happening with tits, so people will stay watching.
I'm pretty sure most eloquent things I've ever said were not said with pants on, so I'm not mad at it.
Does it happen in the shower? My goodness.
I mean,
I don't
that's where
usually
some
do
good thinking
monologues
goes.
naked myself.
I meant that I was saying it to somebody whilst naked.
Oh my.
Yeah, in the presence of certain inspiration.
Yes. Let's call it that.
So Gorkar, you make your way on down the path, and
And Gorkar is bloodied now, by the way, not on death's door anymore.
and we will come back to Gorkar as the morning opens for the other player characters of the party. You wake up in your respective rooms inside the Broken Fiddler. Let's move everyone onto the map. I don't remember which room was whose, so go ahead and put yourself in your room. And Gorkar, you're not here. Gorkar on bottom of map.
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
I mean, technically that's me. I've got, like, what is effectively a board of switches and knobs and dials and buttons, and I'm just frantically, like, going between them and, like, pushing and pulling and pressing and spinning like Dr. Frankenfurter in that one scene in Rocky Horror.
I'm pretty sure most of us have done tech.
Yeah. So, yes, you all wake up. You smell the scent of very delicious home-cooked goodness wafting from the kitchen.
All about
wafting
that.
from somewhere nearby.
Jabber's gonna head on down and then try and get some grub.
Yeah, Frankie's up and out the door.
Breakfast.
You find, sitting in the main area, Zulnar, of course, behind the bar, doing his thing. Sitting at the bar is Mora. And he's accompanied by the Mousefolk Bard. Or, well, they are accompanied. I just called Mora he. I can't make up my mind. God damn it. They are accompanied by the Mousefolk Bard, whose name escapes me for some reason because I have ADHD.
I don't think we've met him yet.
Turpin. And, yes, you have. He was playing in the Grove.
Yes,
the
you're
host
right.
character.
Frankie hasn't met him yet.
Yes.
That
Yep.
was it.
So, Turpin and Mora are sitting at the bar. Zulnar is, serving them, like, eggs and sausage and such. And he looks up and goes, "Oh, good morning. Where's the bugbear, Gorkar, was it? I didn't
Nice
see
as
him
hell.
come in last night."
Yep, he stayed behind for breeding.
Yeah, he
Stay
stayed
far-
in that horrid place.
Stayed behind for breeding. What are you talking about?
Breeding.
You know, an intimate night with another person.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty self-explanatory.
He kind of looks at you all for a moment and blinking, and he goes, "Are you saying that he spent the night with that bad woman?"
Yeah.
I don't know. Guess so.
Zolnar shakes his head and goes, "Mercy be, he'll probably wake up in the resurrection chamber this morning."
I'm sure he's fine.
Gorkar pretty strong.
It would have been funny
He can
if
handle
Gorkar
himself.
did wake up in the resurrection chamber, though. I gotta be honest.
I mean, the contrast of that statement is still funny to me.
Death by Snoo Snoo.
Death by Snoo Snoo.
Frowny face, smiley face, frowny face.
Yeah, he's totally fine. Meanwhile, he's just like sprinting down the road, like, gotta get out, gotta get out.
Oh my god.
That would be the cut between in the animated Velderheim.
Oh, I'm sure he's fine. Cut. Fuck. Cut. Yeah, he's fine. Gorkar not die like this. So yes, Turpin looks over. He's got like a little soup bowl. Mora, they have a plate of eggs and sausage. Turpin kind of looks over at you, Jabbers, and goes, "Hey, you're new, aren't you?"
Kinda. We met in the Sad Ladies.
Oh, you were
Latrine.
there.
Jabbers.
Oh my goodness,
Mhm.
I'm so sorry. I have a hard time distinguishing kobold faces. I'm trying. I'm trying to learn. I'm sorry.
Well, while we're having a racial dialogue, I don't want to be rude, but is no one gonna explain the talking rat to me?
Well, there we go. See, I said something offensive. You said something offensive. We're even now. I guess.
I saw the opportunity and I had to ask. I'm sorry. My name is Frankie. What is your name, creature I have never seen or heard of before?
Well, people just call me Mousefolk. We have our own name for ourselves, but I've been here long enough that I honestly don't remember what it was anymore. So I just, I just keep with Mousefolk. The name's Turpin, and I am in charge of the Bards colleges here in the city.
I was just asking your name. I didn't intend to continue the race dialogue. I apologize. It's good to meet you. What is your favorite instrument?
He pulls out this little ukulele, which in his hands is like the size of a proper guitar, and he goes, "Oh, here, check this out!" And he starts strumming it. He is quite good.
I have never seen its like before. It is beautiful.
He starts playing like, the ukulele over the rainbow.
Your music is peaceful.
Suzu, can we get breakfast?
Oh, sure thing.
Agreed.
What would you boys like?
Eggs and sausage would be fine.
That sounds good.
Zolnar goes into the back and comes back out a few minutes later with a steaming tray of delicious eggs and sausage and bacon and toast.
Mmm.
Just like we had back home. Kind of.
It is about this time. Well, I'm gonna ask, Gorkar, did you just head back to the tavern, or did you have something else you were going to do when you got to town?
Oh no, Gorkar is looking for safety and food.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. I'm not pulling Gorkar in just yet. My bad. Zolnar is going to turn his head and look back in his cupboards, and he goes, "Hold on a moment. I need to go check on something." He walks back into the back and closes the door, leaving you all alone with Mora and Turpin for the moment. And Mora smiles up from their tray of breakfast foods at you, Frankie, and goes, "Well, nice to see you again. Glad to see you haven't been taken in by the the other humans over in the human quarter.
Well,
Not that they're too accepting of you, but you know, you're close enough for them. I think they're pieces of shit.
Yeah, I'm not really into ethnic cleansing. Much as my questions lately seem to indicate that it's not really my vibe, you know.
How intriguing! And she puts a big mouthful of egg in her mouth. Just. You hear a loud bang from the back, and Zolnar comes running out and like closes the door behind him and like leans up against it, like holding it closed. And he goes, "Oh shit, this isn't good."
You got a grumble teeth in there?
A what?
A grumble teeth.
I have no idea what that is. No, no. This, I've had this problem before. Do you think you could help me out? There's some creatures back there that need to be taken care of, and I'm so out of practice. I don't even. I think that I would end up in the resurrection chamber.
Frankie immediately stands up and starts heading towards the kitchen and goes, "In the kitchen? I think not."
Turpin and Mora both like look excited, and Mora puts her hand up and goes, I'll have another tray, please. I need some entertainment. I need some food with my entertainment. And Turpin like looks excitedly and goes, "Oh yes, me too."
I look puzzled.
I mean, not Yambu, like other characters.
Oh my god.
Jabbers kind of halfway shoves the
Fungus
sausage
turtle enters the
in his
chat.
mouth and hops off the stool and follows Frankie back. He's gonna see what's up with this.
All right, so let me see. I need to get this, and I need to get one of these. There we go. So Zolnar is just gonna lock that door and walk over here to the far end of his bar, and he's gonna go, "All right, well, good luck." So y'all can place yourselves anywhere behind Frankie. Frankie, you are as far as you can go for the moment before we roll initiative. Hey, Grumpy, thanks for the positive vibes. And you do hear like a snarling sound and like rummaging and such coming from inside of the soda. The kitchen, which honestly doesn't have anything but crates in it visually, but we all know it's a kitchen at this point. And roll initiative just to see who like comes. Either you guys enter or they exit. Either way.
Armor redeem for Frankie.
Hey, Frankie,
Oh,
you've
thank you.
got +1 AC for the rest of the session. Thank you,
Thank you, chat.
notoriously.
Nice.
Yep. Rob Jabbers Francis. There we go. Okay. So, Frankie, you hear this awful screeching, screaming sound as the door gets thrown off its hinges, blown open, and these two, let me see how big they are. I think they're small. Yep, they're small. So these two small, I'm going to put myself in 2D mode for this right now. Oh wait, we don't have our combat music up. I am remiss. You know, I'm gonna keep this sound going. Where is the okay, inside a tavern, and then I'm just gonna turn on the bugbear battle music. There we go.
Yes, more grunting.
Well, the grunting is another sound in the set that I'm not using at the moment.
Gorkar's spirit is with us.
Alright, so two creatures come flying out through the open door. Frankie, you know them to be screaming devilkin. And they are both kind of like up in your face in the air flying. And they are going to try to whip you with their barbed tail. That's a 17 to hit.
Yep, that's a hit.
7 piercing damage. And that is a 12 to hit.
That's a miss with the +1 AC. Again, thank you, Notoriously.
Uh-huh, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And now...
I just realized. Oh, never mind. After combat. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, it's all good. Rob, it is your turn. You can hear the ceaseless screaming. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Wow. Nice.
You
3.
are incapacitated until the start of your next turn as this screaming just fills your head and like blinds you with a very painful headache. Frankie, you as well. Wisdom saving throw.
Rob heroically gets blinded and awaits his next turn.
Yeah, that's a 9, so I'm guessing I didn't hack it either.
Frankie, same thing. Jabbers.
What roll was that?
Wisdom saving throw.
Great.
Isn't this the party that should be good at this? Sans Jabbers?
I'm
I
still
I even have proficiency in it, and I still fail.
That's a
sorcerer.
7.
Oh no, Jabbers is also incapacitated. And you hear another voice from inside the room going, "Ah, what is it? Ah, get them! Take over! The tavern is ours! Ah!" But whatever it is that's inside can't get through. The two screaming devilkin are going to, Oh, okay, good. They're both going to barb tail. Actually, no. This one's going to zip... Okay, pretend that this one that is in the bedroom is actually over top of Frankie, as it, like, flies up towards the ceiling over top of Frankie and whips its barb tail down at, Jabbers. Like, comes around and tries to get Jabbers from overhead.
Oh,
Jabbers, that's a 24.
that's definitely a hit.
And you take 5 piercing damage. Actually, you're in... Oh. That's a natural 1. That's a natural 1 for them. Let me roll a d20 on the house rule chart.
Ooh.
In my heartbeat, I'm still seeing them in the kitchen.
Yeah, I'd refresh.
I tried that.
No, I meant dips.
Let me see. Okay, so one's in here. And then... Well, actually, that is right.
Oh yeah, we're good now.
This
Now I see
guy
it.
would have been able to reach Frankie.
What in dear Lord's name is that?
So I have to do this. And this is called a Topi. T-O-P-I.
Oh, okay. Well, it sounds fun.
Frankie, that's a 14 to hit you. 3 slashing damage. 3 poison damage. Constitution saving throw, please.
That is a bloodied Frankie. And an 8 con save. Wow, fuck me.
Yep, you're poisoned. And now the
Terrific.
Screaming Devilkin. So the one hit Jabbers. Did I roll damage for you, Jabbers? It looks like I did.
Yes, it was
And
a 5.
the other Barb Tail coming for Frankie. That is a 16.
That's a hit.
4 piercing damage. Rob, let's get another wisdom saving throw.
Is a staggered Frankie.
Aw, yeah, here it comes. Yeah! Dirty 20.
Alright, Rob, so you shake off the incapacitation and you see that Frankie up ahead of you. You're gonna have to push through or something. But Frankie's getting fucked up.
Can I hop the bar and, like, try to kick him from the other side?
You could.
I'm going to do that.
Alright, so that's 5-10 feet to get around to in front of the bar. Roll an athletics or an acrobatics, your choice.
God damn it, 5.
Wow.
You flop over the bar less gracefully than intended and fall on your face. You're prone. But you're on the other side of the bar.
Can I use my last movement speed to get up?
Yep, you stand up and look ahead and you see this awful little undead creature. Oh no, you don't. The door is closed. That's right. I'm sorry. That
Dang.
door is currently closed. And Zulnar yells out, "What are you doing? Got your feet all over my bar. Oh, come on."
Are you being serious right now? And I guess it's my turn.
Francis.
Oh boy, what are the
Wisdom
rules for moving
with-
through an ally's square again?
You also have to pass a wisdom saving throw first.
Oh right, let me try that. 16.
Alright, you pass. You manage to shake the incapacitation as they're screaming right in your face.
Again, what are the rules for moving through an ally's square? I thought it
Um,
doesn't hinder you movement at all, because the assumption is that, like, your friend lets you move by.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna take the disengage action. Goodbye. Uh-oh! And then...
Jabbers, oh no.
I'm trying to see my bonus actions here. That's it. I don't have any bonus actions I can take, so that's it. Frankie runs and hides behind the wall.
He bravely ran away.
I'm staggered after one turn of combat, basically, so I think that's perfectly warranted.
Jabbers, your turn.
Cool. Couple of things I can do here. You know what? Do I need to make a roll for the thing?
Yes, you do. Wisdom
Okay.
save.
I'm gonna do that first. A 12? Question mark?
A 12 is a pass.
Yay! Well, since they were doing a lot of screaming, Jabbers is also going to be doing a lot of screaming as he lets out a draconic war cry for his bonus action. And all three of these guys, everybody else is going to have advantage on attack rolls until my next turn.
Nice.
That's big.
So with that done, we're gonna pull out the bow, and we're gonna try and pop this guy right in front of us.
Yeah. Oh, there is one flying in the air, basically directly overhead where Frankie was standing, right in front of you here.
Oh, okay.
You can shoot the guy that's over there though, still, because you would take disadvantage to shoot point blank.
Yeah. I thought he was still behind this wall. Anyway.
No, he was never behind the wall. He was just there as like pretend that he's over Frankie.
It's the only way we could
Okay.
visually represent it.
I understand.
I mean, I can change their height, but that's been such a pain in the ass that I just don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, I don't blame you. But yeah, we're still gonna pop off a shot on this guy here. With advantage. $18 to hit.
Ooh, boy, that's a hit.
Cool. And that's 6, and now I will roll for sneak attack.
Nope, sneak attack is rolled with if you look at the Harpy.
Oh, I wasn't looking at Harpy. I was looking at D&D Beyond. So 11 damage total.
Yeah, for some reason Harpy automatically includes your sneak attack damage roll with everything. So, yeah, 11 damage, cool.
All right.
And that is to B. 11 damage to B makes it bloodied.
Great. How far up was this guy in front of me flying?
I mean, he's basically up in your face. He was only flying high enough to get over Frankie.
Well, Jabbers is 2 foot tall, so That's why I asked.
Yeah, he like flew over Frankie and down the stab at you. So he's basically in your
Gotcha,
face,
gotcha.
hovering overhead.
Okay, well, that's the end of my turn.
Alright, it's their turn.
Be brave, Jabbers.
This one is
We
going
will
to
make it through this.
fly to the other side of Jabbers. And they're both now going to barbed tail him from both sides. That is a 12 to hit.
No good.
And
No
a,
good.
And a 21.
That is definitely a hit.
That is 6 piercing damage.
Big oof.
Rob, wisdom saving throw.
$19.
That is a pass.
Excellent.
Shield.
The light is with me always.
Don't
Opening
forget,
the
you guys
door.
both have advantage on your next attacks to these
So,
guys.
Rob, you move 5 feet forward. There's a closed door in front of you. It is a free action to push the door open. So you
push the door open.
You use your free action, quotation marks, and step in. You are now face to face with a horrid, small, undead creature.
It is time to die, unholy creature. I'm going to hit it in the face with my flail.
Rob, well,
Garbage.
well.
That is 13.
Did you roll at advantage?
I did not. One more time. Same thing, 13.
A
Fine.
13 on the horrible dead guy is a hit.
Excellent. Take 7 points to damage.
Bloodied.
Fantastic. And that shall end my turn.
Francis? 5, 10, 15, 20. Wisdom save.
13?
Pass.
Did you say one of them moved towards me? Because, that doesn't, it's not registering in the,
Nope. They're on
Middle.
either side of Jabbers.
Okay, Frankie is going to cast Catapult on one of the chairs to fling it.
Okay.
Specifically this chair.
Yeah, and that's a saving throw
devil.
against that guy.
Yeah, I think it's a dex save. Let me double check.
Give him the chair!
Oh, wait, no, I got rid of Catapult. Never mind. My bad.
No!
Yeah, that would have been great. I forgot
So
I
Arbor would have been like, what the hell?
That was exactly what I was going for, too, but no, I forgot I got rid of it. Yeah, so I'm just gonna cast Firebolt.
Alright.
Natural 1!
Roll a d20.
19.
Oh. That's not terrible.
Did you roll that firebolt at advantage?
I did not. Let me try that again real quick.
Ah, you should do that.
Yes.
Do we want to just take the 19 as the hit, the second roll then, or do we want to roll again?
No, roll your attack roll.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay, that one's a 22.
Even better.
Alright, yeah, it's a hit.
Okay. 8 fire damage.
Alright, 8 fire damage to A. Winded.
That is Frankie's turn.
Let me make sure they don't have, like, resistance to fire damage or something. Nope. Okay, good.
You know, you call them devils. I was kind of worried about that, but I got one arrow in my quiver, so to speak.
It's funny, they're called Devilkin, but they're small fae. Jabbers.
Cool.
Which is
We're
weird to
gonna
me.
we're gonna bonus action disengage, and can I move through this guy behind me?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
It's flying in the air, like, kind of over top, so yeah, you can just move.
Right. 5, 10. So 5, 10, 15, and I'm not done. I just gotta move my camera. 15, 20. Yeah. Right. And can I still make a shot at the first guy?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. We're
Yeah,
gonna
because
do
you'd
that.
be using your cunning action to disengage.
Yeah. I just meant like line of sight wise, or I didn't know if this guy was in front of me or whatever.
It's more elucidating for the audience so they don't accuse us of cheatsies.
Yeah. I'm really bad at doing that whole line of sight thing. Anyway. Ah, shoot. That's a 7.
That is not a hit.
Okie dokie. Well, that's the end of my turn, Okie.
There's gonna be a lot of new marks in the walls of this tavern by the time this is done.
Put it on our tab.
The little topi, the creature that you're facing, Rob, kind of goes bleh at you, and like some black bile comes flying out of its mouth and kind of splashes on you a little bit.
How
It swipes
vile
it.
of you!
It swipes at you. It gets a 6 to hit. It just goes bleh at you.
You missed terribly.
All right. This guy's gonna fly over here, look over at Mora and Turpin, and Mora just has her arms crossed like, you really want to fuck with me? And it thinks for a moment and then looks at you, Jabbers, and goes, yeah, and goes for you. Same with A.
All right.
And plot armor.
Like, you really
I
don't
think
want
they're
to fuck
just
with me,
hired-
buddy.
I think they're just higher level than us.
No, they definitely most certainly are.
And it's like, you really want to fuck with me, buddy? No, I don't. So, Jabbers.
Hmm.
Does an 8 hit you?
It does not.
How about a 17?
That does.
Walked into that one.
5 piercing damage. And it's Rob's turn. They flew forward and swing their tails at you. One of them
Jabbers
manages
is-
to get you.
Not looking so good.
I am coming. One moment.
Gorkar's
As
coming.
as I hit this thing in the face with a 23 to hit.
Wait, what?
And another 7 points of damage.
It looks like we've got a prediction in the chat. Grumpy, if you're gonna start a channel point prediction, say something in the chat so people know. Because I didn't get tagged to it until I accidentally saw it before it was almost halfway done. 7 damage to the undead thing.
That is correct.
Yep, you obliterate it with Radiant Fury. There!
Ah!
I will
Take
be back
that.
in 100 years, it says as it disappears.
I shall be waiting, unholy creature!
Rob being pure.
Anything else
It's
from
a
Rob?
rivalry with this thing.
Oh, yes, I have movement. One sec.
Mount the bar again.
He runs out the door and back over this way. Ah!
Now it is your turn. Also,
Worry, I will
unholy
protect
creatures.
you. Sorry.
Meanwhile, the barkeep is like, "Come on, man."
Alright, at least you used the door this time, Zolnar says.
This is
Francis.
not any time for your crap, Zolnar.
That's my turn.
Francis? Yep, it is your turn, Francis.
Yeah, we're gonna cast Cure Wounds
Oh, I'm sorry,
on.
Frankie.
We're gonna cast Cure Wounds on Jabbers.
Alright.
Whee!
Oh, max hit points. You get
Oh,
11
did
hit
you
points
make
back.
a wisdom saving throw?
I did not.
Hold on, Jabbers.
16.
Uh-oh.
Alright, you get your hit points, Jabbers.
11 hit points.
Yay!
And so Frankie just lays his hand on your back and goes, "I believe in you, Jabbers." Heals you. continues to stand here cowering behind the wall. That's my turn.
Jabbers. You're up.
Yeah. All right. Gosh. Well, I guess I'm gonna break out the short sword. So we're gonna go with. I'm guessing this guy. Which one was the one that I was shooting at? Was it this one or this one? I think it was this one.
Let's go with that one.
Elucidate
us.
us.
The one that's between you and Rob is bloodied.
Okay. Well, that's the one that we're gonna try and shank with the short sword here.
Shank.
Oh shoot! Do I need to make a roll? Or wisdom?
A
Wisdom.
wisdom save, yep.
Yeah, hold on to that 16 right there. 16 saving throw. Also
Yep,
a
that's a
16
pass.
attack.
That's
Okay.
3 16s in a row. Does that
That's a
mean
hit.
anything?
No. Definitely not.
Cool.
A statistical anomaly?
Yep. Well, you know, pretty much.
6 plus. Oh wait, that's right, Harpy. So 15 damage. Ignore that second one.
What was that?
15.
15 damage?
Mm-hmm.
Okie dokie. Yeah, you slice through that thing, and as it disappears, it screeches out at you. I'll be back in 100 years, too!
Jabbers don't give a shit! And that's my turn. Well, yeah.
The last Screaming Devilkin is going to desperately try to Stabbers Jabbers.
Oh no.
Oop, that's the wrong one.
Too cowardly to stab me, I see.
That's
This is me saying it to the creature.
That's a 7 to miss. Rob, it's your turn.
Wisdom?
Yep.
That is a 15.
You pass.
Then here it comes.
It's funny that the shock of these things stunned all three of you in the first round, but not after that.
Natural 20.
Yeah, it is a natural 20. I couldn't read it. It's like underneath the thing. So I'm critting here.
Oh man, that's a crit, yeah.
Beautiful.
Here's that.
Alright,
Take
so
another.
it explodes in radiant energy. What are you rolling 2 for?
It was a crit.
There's a crit.
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
It's just
It
for
has
funsies.
it has 10 hit points left. You utterly obliterate this thing. And from the way that it's destroyed, you're pretty confident that at least this one is not coming back in 100 years.
I'll see you in 200.
It's not coming back at all.
No, I know.
And Mora and Turpin both clap. Zolnar has his arms crossed, and he like runs over to the bar where you jumped over Rob with a cloth and starts very furiously cleaning up the spot. And he goes, "Try using the doors next time, please, and thank you."
I'm sorry. We just cleared out your pest invasion and you're critiquing our technique.
That's what I'm just saying. Like, you know.
Thank you. Meals can be on the house today.
Woo!
We're very
Before-
grateful.
Before we move on, did you say that was a regular occurrence?
Yeah, about every 100 years or so.
Well, at least
That's
one
funny.
of them will be gone.
Frankie just looks dumbfounded. He does not have words.
It is at about this time that the door jingles and Gorkar enters.
Gorkar!
Hi, Gorky.
You look like hell, man.
Gorkar feel like hell. He rubs his eyes a little bit and then kind of looks over his various wounds and burns and kind of
Sure,
shakes
man,
his head.
Let me
Yeah.
get a look at you.
So the state of Gorkar, by the way, is his glorious fur. It looks like it's gonna have to grow back in a lot of places because it's been wholesale singed off. He actually has what is the not bad burn? It's the 3rd degree, right?
No, first degree.
First degree.
Third degree's
Okay,
the
so
really bad one.
it's the opposite of murder, or it's the exact same. I could never tell.
It's the opposite. Murder in the first
Yeah.
degree. is
Okay,
the
that's
worst.
what fucks me up then. Okay, so Gorkar has like 1st degree burns over his body, lacerations here and there, some of which look like they came from a dagger, and some of which look like they came from ragged, sharp teeth.
Frankie just sighs and goes to Gorkar and immediately goes to work. 14 hit points back, big guy.
Jabbers can see Gorky had lots of fun. Reading.
Those wounds worth it, but Gorkar still can't believe Gorkar's still not allowed to stay for feast. And, well, Gorkar kind of got jumped by a tiny little asshole. Not literal asshole, just jerk. Very tiny, very stabby.
Did you squish him?
Gorkar cut him in two.
Yeah,
Nice.
I was gonna say, I'm guessing this is a you should see how the other guy looks situation.
By the way, those of you that just did this combat here, you get 167 experience points each. So, not Gorkar. And Zulnar says, all right, let me finish cleaning up this spot here, and he like looks into the back and can see like the mess that was made by the creatures. And he goes, "Oh, by the gods, my kitchen is ruined!" And he like goes back there and closes. Yeah, so Rob and Zulnar are in the back cleaning up his room now, or his kitchen.
Yeah, so Frankie's gonna help with that too, cause kitchen.
All right, cool. So you guys make quick work of it. Zulnar thanks you for your help and says, "Well, it isn't much, but here." And he places a 10 Veldbuck bill into each of your hands.
Thanks, Silver.
Actually, this is for taking care of that problem. And he places another bill in both of your hands. It's a 20 spot. And he hands you a 3rd one and says, "And give this one to the kobold."
Will do. That's
Sure.
30 altogether? Question mark?
Yep, 30 for you two and 20 for Jabbers.
Wee.
Gorkar is looking for a pot of coffee and simultaneously also looking for a bottle of booze. Just like, Gorkar not sure if we need drink or coffee, so Gorkar want both.
Makes sense.
Yes, I believe I will have a cup of that coffee, you called it.
Yes, I know coffee. I'll also take a cup.
Hold the booze in mind, please.
Turpin goes, "Ah, yes, the heated bean water. Fascinating." Mora kind of bonks him in the back of the head and goes, "It's quite good if you just try it." And he goes, "Nah, no thanks. You know what caffeine does to me, lady." And she bonks him again. They
Interesting.
bonk
I
him
find
again.
it quite calming.
Turpin is right. It is quite odd, but it is delicious.
Yeah, heated bean water.
I mean, tea is just heated grass water, so I mean, it's what most beverages are.
It's heated leaf water.
Hot leaf
What?
juice.
Yeah, hot leaf
Nuance.
juice. Wow, hey, I like that. I like that one. Gorkar, was
Ale.
it?
Yes.
You're pretty clever. I didn't expect that from you.
Even a blind bugbear finds some meat every now and then.
Turpin laughs. I'll say. So,
Now
what
that
are y'all's plans for the rest of the day,
hadn't really made any. We have to attend a feast tonight. Did the letter that Veld gave you guys mention anything about formal wear?
What?
I was just gonna show in my armor as a paladin should.
Mora shrugs and says, quite honestly, with the way things go around here, you should probably just leave your armor on. They look very seriously around at all of you, like, really, don't change in the formal clothes unless you quit. Or Lord Veld asks you to. He probably
Wait,
won't.
unless we quit? Quitting is an option?
I mean, yeah, you could just live in the city with us.
I think I'll take my chances.
Mora kind of like, they like droop a little bit and they just go, oh, okay. I mean, we're not so bad. It's quite nice.
No, it's nothing against you guys. I'd kind of like to go home.
Turpin laughs and Mora gives him another bonk. And they say, I don't think you understand how this is going to go.
Well, I mean, presumably if we achieve the goals that Lord Veld is attempting, we'll all get to go home, right? Like, he wouldn't need us here anymore.
Turpin and Mora share a look and then look back at you, Frankie, and Turpin says, "Kid, he's forgotten all of us here when he could have brought us home at any point. You think he'll care after this is over?"
Well, you go home when home's going away.
And that is also true. Most of us have nowhere left to go back to.
Yes,
I
but that
intend to find
doesn't
a way
mean...
to bring those worlds back.
It also doesn't mean if we're successful that we won't get to go home if we have a home to go back to.
He shakes his head again at you, Rob. Those kinds of things don't come back.
What is unknown may be out there. I can't know until I try.
Can't say I haven't heard that kind of idealism from Men of the Cloth before. I would say it's refreshing, but honestly, at this point, it's a little draining.
Jabber's home is wherever Jabber's is most rich.
You would rather we lapse into nihilism like you?
Turpin kind of leans back in his chair and goes, kid, I died like 5 or 6 times out there. I saw what happened to the others in my group that pushed it too far. I don't want to go crazy down there.
None of us have died yet.
Sorry, I'm done.
Well,
none of us have died
forgive
yet.
us for not giving up just yet. Everyone deserves a chance.
Mora nods. Yeah, I too watched what happened to those that were brought, that pushed it too far. You don't want that for anybody.
All I know is that if I didn't try to get home, I would regret it for the eternity, or however long this place lasts.
That in itself is a maddening thought.
Huh. Well, feel free to hang out here as you like. Zolnar says to you, feel free to hang out here as you like. I will have to close up shop in about 20 minutes or so. I gotta do some deep cleaning after those, I don't know what those things... I gotta check all the nooks and crannies and make sure that there's no errant portals or anything open in there. But I'll let you guys finish up your meals first. Mora and Turpin both hold their forks up in a thanks and start shoveling their food in earnest.
Again, I'm compelled to ask, are portals in your kitchen a regular problem?
Once every 100 years, I say.
Frankie looks down at his food and then has like a concerned look across his face and go, I suddenly find myself not very hungry anymore.
What's wrong?
Nothing. I think I've had my fill. I'm gonna go for a walk. You fellas, feel free to join me if you want.
I love how Frankie just...
I will tag along.
About face on my screen.
Jabbers think he gonna go and try and make some money. When he finished.
Turpin and Mora both wave at you guys, wave goodbye to you guys, mouths full of food as you walk out the tavern and out into the city proper.
Before leaving, Gorkar would kind of hold up his now empty coffee/booze mug and go, Gorkar want refill, and can Gorkar take cup with me? Gorkar promised to bring it back.
Roll a persuasion check, Gorkar.
Are there open container laws in Velderheim?
Maybe.
How's a 13?
Zulnar shakes his head. Sorry, I only got so many of those cups, and those came from my homeland. I don't really want to let them get out of my sight.
Oh, here, I got a little tin mug with my cooking utensils. You could borrow mine if you want.
Frankie, thank you! Gorkar, goes to give Frankie a big hug and then realizes he's still kind of sore and goes, fist bump.
Frankie returns the fist bump and goes, it's the thought that counts.
So you all step out of the Broken Fiddler and out into Velderheim proper. Back out into that unrelenting rain which ceaselessly falls from overhead.
I'm beginning to worry for my own. I'm beginning to worry for my own sanity. This rain is starting to become soothing.
I miss the sunshine. Not all the raindrops.
Jabbers used to live in cave. It's fine.
You lived in a cave?
A lair, but it cave.
Was it your lair?
Oh, no, that was the shiny one. It was their cave.
The shining one?
Mm-hmm.
Like the one who brought you here, or you could just called your leader the shiny one?
Shiny one, big lizard. Very shiny. Very big lizard. Biggest lizard of all.
Wait,
I think he's talking
Does
about
Jabbers want to be like shiny?
Did Jabbers live under a platinum dragon?
Golden dragon.
Oh, okay. Still, damn. Okay.
I think he's talking about a dragon.
Yeah, they call dragon sometimes.
Did this dragon have lots of shiny?
He was shiny, but yes. Also yes.
And is this shiny someone Jabbers looks up to?
Very much.
Ah, I see. You make more sense to me now, Jabbers.
Why Jabbers didn't make sense before?
Nothing, Jabbers. Where I'm from, my people consider you nothing but monsters, with nothing but instinct for thought.
Did the dragon also have a hat? Is that where you got yours? He gave you a hat?
Oh, well, Jabbers got his hat, all by himself. And, Shiny One had many hats. Shiny One had many things. Just things. Shiny things, not shiny things.
Are you saying you stole the hat from the dragon?
No, never steal from Shiny One. No, Jabbers stole a hat for himself. I mean, found all on his own. Yep.
I mean, it is a very fine hat.
Thank you.
So, where is it that we are off to anyway?
I didn't have any particular place to go. The thought of portals opening in the kitchen and us having to deal with another pest problem was repellent to me.
I see.
That being said, no matter what Zolnar and the others said, I feel a little odd going before Lord Veld in these threadbare clothes, and I've got some spare spending money, so I guess I could go buy something a little more appropriate. I've never attended a function with important people. Is that appropriate?
I mean, I don't think this is going to be ordinary. I mean, we are going back to hell, as it were.
Yeah, but I don't wear armor. I don't know how. I was never trained, so I don't really have to worry about still wearing armor. Like I could show up naked and it would still basically be the same thing as far as protection goes.
If you're worried about mannerisms, just do what I do. I've grown up around the swords.
Of course, my lord. I will do my best to learn from your experience.
All right. So
In
where
a
are
way,
you?
worst case scenario, if a rich person talks to you, just agree on how great they are, and things should go smoothly.
Oh, I learned that lesson a long time ago, my lord.
Then we should have no issues.
So, Frank need to go shopping?
Yeah, let's go shopping. Unless someone else has something else to do.
Well, that's where Jabbers was going.
You're gonna try to steal something, aren't you?
Oh, Jabbers gonna find things all on his own.
All right, I can't stop you.
No,
But I can. Please, don't get yourself into any trouble, Jabbers.
Jabbers, think about it.
At least you entertain the thought.
So shopping district, I guess, unless anyone else has somewhere else they want to go.
That's where I
Shopping
wanted
is
to go.
fine by me.
Let's go shopping.
All right. So you all head out to the shopping district. So let's see here. You all move. Yep. Go ahead and move yourselves over to the shopping district here. I'm going to move you, Gorkar. You walk around a bit. Frankie, give me a perception check for finding a nice looking store.
11.
You don't really find what you would consider a nice looking store, but you do find a store. Let's see. You come across a shop called the Patchwork Tailor. It's a little bit run down, but looking at the displays in the window, the state of the building is not indicative of the state of the work inside. Very fine threads meet your eyes as you press up against the very dirty window to be able to even see inside. You're almost surprised at the quality of the garments inside of this place, since you almost thought it was closed down.
Frankie is going to enter the establishment.
All right, you walk in. Let me find a suitable... Here we go, small store. You walk in and are greeted by a hobgoblin who walks over to... He is an orange-skinned hobgoblin. He's got the Wolverine beard, you know what I mean? Where it's like the two tufts on either side of beard.
Sideburns.
Yeah, the side. He's
Mutton
got
chop.
There we go. I couldn't think of the word for it. He's got the mutton chops. Also, blazing orange color. And then he's got like this very well-maintained full mohawk that goes, from his forehead all the way down to the back of his neck. And he walks over to you guys. He goes, "Ah, welcome in. Welcome in. The name's Trosh. What can I do for you fine folks today?"
Meanwhile, Frankie, seeing another race he's never seen before, is just like, don't ask, don't ask, don't ask.
Well, Frankie, knowing that you know that he's a hobgoblin, you also kind of automatically knowing what each creature is that you see by virtue of the magic of the collar that you have been forced to wear. You know that he is a hobgoblin, and you know that by some roundabout way that makes him potentially in some way distantly related to Gorkar. Because Gorkar is a goblin folk as well.
Frankie is just looking at Gorkar, looking at Trosh, looking at Gorkar, looking at Trosh.
Yeah, and Trosh looks at Gorkar and goes, "Well, welcome in there. Nice seeing a new goblin face around."
Gorkar liking it here already. Not much different from where Gorkar came from.
Shit, I keep trying to get started, and then there's a little bit of delay on Discord, so I keep almost interrupting you. I'm sorry. That's also my ADHD. Blech. So, he smiles at you and goes, "Oh, you must be, you were Gorkar," he said. "Oh, I saw you the first day you came in. Bloody wonderful stuff. I think I could give you a good discount if you, considered maybe, talking some business with me later."
Gorkar willing to do that, and always welcome discounts. Maybe you get something from Herestus once Gorkar get merchandise.
You hear a small noise from behind him, and you look and you see that in the back of the room, you had missed them till this point because they've been so quiet. But there are two goblin women. They both have wide, completely blind white eyes, and they're just staring up at nothing in particular while their hands work on very meticulous, very gorgeous-looking garments.
So, are you the tailor here, or are they the tailors?
Oi, what? Oh no, I'm just the owner. These here are my associates, Trix and Yezri. Say hi, ladies. And they both look up and just kind of wave their hands and then look back down at their work. They move very, like, they're stitching at an incredible pace, and as soon as he says, "Say hello, ladies," they stop, look up, like, they don't look in any particular direction. They just kind of look in a different direction, raise their hands up slowly, wave, slowly bring their hands back down, and then back at it. They do not say a word. "These two are the most talented seamstresses from my world."
I see. And did they come here with you, or did you find them afterwards?
Oh, no, I had them brought here after I quit. They were my slaves from my world, you see, and now they're my slaves here. Although I do give them a cut now.
Slaves.
Well, not anymore. No use for that here.
That's a good thing.
I'm confused. Are you telling me this establishment is a sweatshop?
Oh, no, this is a completely above-board service, my good sir. My two ladies here are paid well for their services now. Despite the fact that they might be contractually my slaves, I give them a good paycheck. They make 1/3 of the business profits each, and I'll make the final third.
Well, I'm a serf, so I see no problem with this.
Sound very fair.
It's basically a slave myself.
Well, you see, it was kind of a deal that was foisted upon me, but hey, it's been working. So what can I do for you gents today? My establishment has got the finest threads in Veldheim, bar none.
Yeah, we have a formal occasion, and some of us need clothing befitting such an occasion.
Oh, right over here. I got just the thing for you, sir. And he shows you over to a small section of, like, you assume these are like demo garments because they're not really sized. They look about goblin-sized, is what you'd imagine. Jabbers could probably fit in these garments very well, but they seem to just be demo garments with using as little materials as possible. Just take a look around. Tell me what you like. We might, if you don't see something that you like here, we could probably. My girls are some of the best in the multiverse. I will say they can make you anything.
I'm assuming I can, in terms of like purchasing this, I can just use the fine clothes cost from the book.
Yes, these would be fine clothes.
Yeah. So we're gonna slap down 15 Veld bucks.
Very good, very good. All right, just walk over here with me and tell the ladies what you like. They both they both stop what they're doing. And again, both change where they're looking, but they don't look at you at all. You just get the impression that they're looking where they think you might be or something. And then they wait patiently for your words. And he goes, all right, just tell them what you want, and they're good to go.
I've never done anything like this before, or had occasion to, so I don't really know what one wears to such a thing. So surprise me, I guess?
All right, well, I guess this is what I'm here for. After all, my ladies ain't been able to talk for a very long time. Their whole lives, actually. They've been mute, but that's beside the point. Tell me, where's the occasion that you're going, my good sir?
Gore.
He goes, oh, God, I miss that place. How's Miss Etsos doing? Oh, I miss that scamp.
He just looks at Gorkar.
She's a good lady, that one. I like her a lot. Oh, she's feisty,
kind
too.
Of gestures to his missing fur and goes, Etsos is still, Etsos is Etsos.
He looks at you, Gorkar, and you see a little twinge of jealousy pass over his face. And he goes, oh, I see. Jolly good. Lady Etsos is a fan of the burly and muscular after all.
Frankie just kind of clears his throat, like.
Oh right. What could we Oh right. Got off track there, my good lad. So a meeting with Lady Etsos, you say?
And Lord Veld himself will be present. I am to understand.
No, I believe that Lord Veld doesn't really give a half a fuck or two what you wear to your little shindig, but Lady Etsos will be quite tickled that you went through some effort for her. You might even gain some special favor, eh? And he kind of gives you a ribbon with his elbow.
Frankie goes beet red again.
All right, ladies, here's what we need. We need lots of red, lots of black, lots of skulls. And they get working doing Frankie up in what can only be described as potentially something Frankie would never have picked out for himself.
It's like a half shirt and a vest. It's like himbo clothing.
Oh yeah, your shirt is a very deep V showing off your chest. There's like flowy bits that come off. It's very gothic in style. Consider that you've got like a blood red and black full-length trench coat type formal outfit with skull epaulettes and buttons.
Frankie's looking at it and he's like, I kind of love it.
You look the spitting image of what your father described as a dark wizard at one point. Or like a dark sorcerer.
This is Frankie, like comes out of the changing room with it on and is like, this kind of looks really sorcerer-y, right? Like it's in my wheelhouse, right, guys?
Throsh claps and goes, oh, jolly good. That'll get you right in her bed. I mean, favor, eh?
Rob just gives you a thumbs up, 2 thumbs up, and a big grin,
I'm gonna have to redesign Frankie's miniature.
No, you just have to make another. You just have to make a separate one with the new outfit if you want.
Okay, do that later.
But yeah, Frankie, looking down at this, you get the impression you could surprise the ever-loving shit out of somebody. Somebody in particular. You know,
Well,
Ruin.
This is going to be interesting, to say the least.
You guys have been here for about 2 hours at this point. Still plenty of time left to spend. And Trush finalizes the deal, shakes your hand there, Frankie, and goes, "All right, well, if you need any more great pieces of thread, you know where to come. Custom garments all day, every day, and night, if there was a night." Haha. Good joke there I made. Anyway. The goblin women are, again, not engaging and just sewing stuff. Alright, well, if that was it, then, good luck on your party, and good luck in getting on Miss Lady Sauce's favor.
I have added it to my backpack as Gore Fine Spellcaster's outfit.
I think at this point, Jabbers would probably want to just kind of slip out the door unnoticed. If he can.
Roll stealth check against everyone's passive perceptions.
Ooh.
That's not going to be a very high DC.
That's not going to be a very high roll. It's a 9.
Oh, we all noticed
anyone that has a passive perception higher than 9 sees Jabbers, like, trying to do an Irish goodbye.
Where do you think you're going, Jabbers?
Not here.
Where's not here?
Anywhere else?
I think I'd like to go there as well.
You do.
You trying to
You
say
did
there's something
think
wrong
about
with my
staying out of
establishment?
No, not at all. Jabbers just have things to do. Jabbers very busy lizard.
Rob will I will accompany you. Extra
Mm.
protection doesn't hurt.
Frankie's gonna lean into Trosh and go, we kind of have to keep an eye on him.
Oh, I understand. The little kobolds, they like to steal, they like to get into things they shouldn't. I know, I understand. Bought from my store mostly, except this one came in with you, so I figured we could give him a chance.
Well,
Jabbers don't steal nothing here.
If it's stretching your legs you want to do, Jabbers, perhaps I suggest a more honorable way of making money. The arena, perhaps.
That's more a Gorkar thing.
yeah, come
We'll
on,
bring it
man, I
with
just
us.
got these clothes.
Gorkar keeps little lizards safe.
You feel, all of you simultaneously, it's not painful, it's not uncomfortable, it's not, you wouldn't describe it as pleasurable or painful, it's just a sensation. You feel this soft, like, ping sensation on your collar, and then a few minutes later, as you're, like, walking down the street, the Grung monk, Egit, comes around the corner and, like, sees you all and waves. "Oh, hey there. Found you, finally."
Hello, Egan.
Had to buy the location magic of the city to find you. Rup.
Again, I don't.
The location, the Gorkar's god statue.
Yes, that is what we have found.
Excellent. It seems we have a way to stretch our legs after all, Jabbers. We can accompany Gorkar to his statue.
Jabbers don't wanna.
I'll keep an eye on him. You guys go talk to God or whatever it is you're doing.
Oh,
Okay.
man.
Rob leans into both Frankie and Jabbers and gives him like one of those, like, you know, disgruntled dad stares and goes, You better keep a close eye on him, Frankie.
Oh, he won't leave my sight. He won't leave my sight, my lord.
Jabbers just kind of huffs.
And as soon as they are
Gorkar.
out of earshot, Frankie looks at Jabbers and goes, "Well, as long as it's from somebody rich, I don't care."
Son of a bitch.
Outstanding. Class solidarity.
Lovely.
When I find out about this,
If you
Jabbers
find
just-
out about this.
also I missed wacky tobacco time.
Neutral good,
I don't-
good, not lawful good.
I don't have any, so I didn't call the 420, sorry.
It's okay. It's more or less my fault.
Alright, well, so Frankie and Jabbers, we're just gonna have you chill on the street here for now. Rob and Gorkar, I'm gonna move you both down to the Chapel of the Gods entryway, as you are led by this little grung monk, which, by the way, this grung monk is, I don't remember if I described her last time, but I see that I don't have a description for her here, so I'm just going to do it now. A note that almost all of my grung are based visually off of poison arrow frogs and similar. Egit is a very rich color of teal with very dark, oily black spots that cover her. And she's like her skin's very bumpy. You get the impression that, the correct impression that she is potentially poisonous to the touch. And she leads you into the garden, and you all walk through the dead outer area of the temple outside the chapel of the chapel of the gods, and you walk in through the fog bank into the small demi-plane area. Well, small, the huge demi-plane area that is the massive, beautiful, lush Garden of the Gods. And for those that haven't had a visual description of the Garden of the Gods at this point, the Chapel of the Gods outside is a walled kind of complex. There's houses on one side with abodes for the various holy men and women and folks that reside within and work within the chapel grounds. The temple itself is rather huge and somehow impossibly even more massive on the inside than it is on the outside. It is headed up by a dwarf cleric named Vrikov, and his number one is a paladin, an Aarakocra paladin, named Lofvir.
My trainer.
Yes. The grounds immediately inside, the chapel grounds immediately inside the gate are dead trees and the familiar rain that falls everywhere. But as soon as they enter the fog bank that covers the one side of the grounds, they seem to exit the City of the Lost entirely and find themselves in this expansive, as far as the eye can see, beautiful green and multicolored flowers just spreading across the distance, very well manicured gardens. And there's holy people surrounding the various statues throughout this garden, and there are countless statues. A number that I would give you would not accurately describe just how many statues of how many gods there are in this garden. Some of them are marble, some of them are gold, and there seems to be no rhyme or reason or pattern to which one is which. Egit leads Gorkar and Rob through the garden. It is about a I would say about an hour and a half walk into the garden before you finally find yourselves, Gorkar, in front of a massive, glorious marble statue of your god. And can you describe for us what she looks like? And what the plaque may say at the base?
The name of this god is Hala Brightaxe. And the plaque at the bottom will have her name and say, patron goddess to all whose fate it is to engage in combat.
And Egit just stands off to the side and says, come and get me when you are done reflecting, and I will take you back.
Oh, and what you see, surprisingly, is something that looks nothing like Gorkar. It's the visage of a dwarven woman. Hair split into two long, thick braids, which fall over either shoulder. Over her shoulder is a giant fucking axe that she surprisingly is holding up with one hand. And Gorkar looks at Rob and says, "This who gave Gorkar the life Gorkar knew in the years before Gorkar was brought here to Velderheim."
I am actually quite interested, Gorkar, in your god. Mind if I ask you a few questions?
Gorkar has nothing to hide. Ask away.
Excellent. I was wondering, I've never had the chance to really talk to Bugbear before, let alone any or most human-like creatures. Your god, what exactly does she represent to you?
Well, this god not usual god to bugbears. Gorkar's life was saved at the command of this god on the battlefield.
That's interesting. And when you follow her, how do you honor your god? Do you do good for the innocent? Is it just from simply battle?
Every fight is different way to honor Hala Brightaxe, and Gorkar honor her in many ways in combat. But what drew her attention was Gorkar's care for his comrades.
I see. That is noble. Would your god be pleased if you raided a village or saved it? What I'm asking is, does your god stand for good nature or bad?
Gorkar surely would not have gained the favor of Gorkar's god just by senselessly raiding villages. Maybe Gorkar should tell you about world Gorkar come from so that Rob can understand a bit more.
You said your world was ravaged by war.
Gorkar's world in constant warfare. Gorkar's world, or at least what Gorkar knew of it, was inhabited by dwarves and goblins. Goblins told all time that dwarves wanted to change goblin way of life, make them less tribal, make them do things the stony way. Dwarves told by other dwarves, maybe old ones, that goblins just vicious creatures with no thoughts. So, the misinformed fought.
You see Rob reflect for a moment. I see. This is very similar. Perhaps even my people, have had it wrong this whole time and are just misinformed.
It's not Rob's fault Rob was lied to.
I'm glad I met you, Gorkar.
Gorkar is happy to have met Rob too.
Excellent. That's good to hear. When you're finished up here, if you wouldn't mind, I'd also like to visit my statue before we go.
Egit pipes up and goes, I did find that one too. It is on the way back if you would like. We just have to take a small detour.
That would be great.
Gorkar will accompany Rob.
Excellent. And maybe if we have time, we can honor both of our gods by stretching our legs in the arena.
Gorkar always liked the sound of fighting.
Rob laughs heartily and like, gives a slap on the shoulder to Gorkar.
And yeah, Gorkar's ready whenever everybody else. Gorkar is ready when everyone else is ready.
I'm also ready to go to my statue.
Egit smiles, as far as you can tell that a grung can smile, and goes, right this way then. I will take you.
You said we would have noticed that a few of the statues were gold and the rest were marble, right? Like, that's pretty obvious.
Yeah, you can't tell what the ratio is, but there's a lot of gold statues and there's a lot of marble statues.
Yeah, Gorkar's gonna look at Egit and say, does Egit know what it means if statue is shiny or stone?
Egit frowns and says, I do know.
Can you tell Gorkar?
If you do not mind another small detour, I can show you rather than tell you.
That is fine with Gorkar.
Would you like to go before or after we see your god? And she looks at you, Rob. Lord Veld will be in the garden for a few more hours after all.
I'd like to see the light before I go.
Then we will find your god first, this way. And she leads you down through the winding roads of this massively beautiful garden until finally, eventually, you are brought upon Rob's god statue, also made of marble. Rob, could you describe to us both the statue? Oh wait, no, haven't we already seen your statue? Either way,
Yes.
Could you tell us what your give us, any new people here, a little blurb of the statue we're looking at?
It's pretty much your basic like Roman or Greek statue, the perfect like human perception kind of thing going on. But in his right hand he holds a sword that's like so finely crafted, it almost seems like, like the gods themselves have made it because, he did. And it's supposed to represent the sword of justice. And in his other hand, a shield that has like rays of light going down it, and underneath are chiseled in like all types of races, even ones that like Rob didn't even consider before, being like bathed in its light. And that's the shield of wisdom. And that and that's about it.
I imagine it's very Vitruvian man.
Ah.
Yeah, that kind of crap.
Very, very classic architecture.
Yeah. So you're brought here to meditate on this on the statue of your god for a time.
Yes.
And when you have completed and stand up, Egit is nearby on a bench. She looks over and just nods and says, I can take you to Lord Veld now, and you will learn the truth. Though, perhaps this is a truth you do not want to know yet. You
No.
can change your mind if you like.
I need to know all truth, especially if it's painful.
She looks at Gorkar.
Without the usual gusto, Gorkar just says, Gorkar is ready.
She nods. Then I will take you. Follow me. And she doesn't say anything else, but silently leads you. Kind of this somber silence, this very serious somber silence, alliteration, has fallen over your grung companion as she hops a little ways ahead of you, leading you down the twisting, turning garden pathways until you see up ahead that there is there's a small congregation of individuals. You see you see Mr. Hank and Mr. Vorst standing off to the side. You see Zit, the little the miniature Warforged, wearing the dirty, dilapidated unicorn onesie, also standing off to the side, watching you all approach, by the way. And you see that Lord Veld is standing before this giant marble statue, and he's got his arms raised up, and the words that meet your ears are a eulogy to a god. And as this eulogy continues, Lord Veld, you would have never thought that Lord Veld would have such seriousness and conviction in him, but he is treating this with the utmost care. He is naming, triumphs of the god, how long they reigned, and then finally he ends it with, and it is unfortunate that we have lost yet another world to the great end. And he claps his hand together, and the statue turns gold. And you see everyone else around is just, they bow their heads down in silence. And Eget looks up at you guys and says, "These ceremonies make me uncomfortable. Can we leave?"
Yes.
Gorkar has seen enough, he says with his hand in a fist against his chest as he looks at the now golden statue.
The statue that you see is not a god that any of you recognize. It is a tall, proud, fey man with very elegant, beautiful, sweeping horns that curl on the side of his head. And he's got like a big lyre in his hand and a big smile on his face as he looks up towards the sky.
I don't know how, but I'm going to bring those worlds back. I swear it.
Eget shakes her head as she hops a little ways ahead of you. There is no way.
Sorry, but I refuse to believe that. I have to try.
We will see. She leads you silently back through the gardens and back out of through the fog bank and into the rainy, cold city of Velderheim, back outside the Temple of the Gods. And she looks up at you both and says, "I hope that you have found what you were looking for. I should get back to my duties now." And she gives you both like a respectful bow. Have a good day. May the light be with you both.
And with you as well, Egan. Thank you very much.
She gives you like a soft croak and then hops away into the chapel.
If you've never, incidentally, if you've never heard the croaking of a poisoned dart frog, it's surprisingly quite beautiful.
Hey, look, the next time we get in combat, the first hit's going to be a critical. Thank you, Bent, for the chaos.
That's good, because I'm pretty sure me and Gorkar were on the way to the arena.
Ever the Archon of Chaos is always bent.
Yeah. So, meanwhile, Frankie
Meanwhile?
Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom, Frankie and Jabbers. So, Frankie and Jabbers, you are... Boom. Let's get over to Frankie and Jabbers. So, you two watch as Gorkar and Rob disappear around a corner with the strange little grung monk that came to collect them.
Yeah, so Frankie, yeah, like we said, as soon as they're out of earshot, Frankie's like, as long as it's somebody rich, I don't care.
Jabbers knew he liked you.
Do you want help? Can I help?
No,
Are you still,
no.
by the way, Frankie, are you still wearing the Dark Sorcerer's outfit?
Oh yeah.
Frankie's like, I might just stay in this.
He puts on some new clothes and he's a whole different person. What's going on here?
Can I change my
feel-
subclass?
I feel
Yo, a new
strange.
fit will do that, though.
In the top right corner, it just says Rob the Pure dislikes this.
Rob will remember this.
Yeah.
That tiefling
Frankie could,
instructor of yours is getting a little too in your brain, huh?
Look, man, neutral good. I didn't take lawful good. Neutral good. This is for the good of the party. We need money.
Frank could be lookout.
Oh, sure. I'm good at that.
Perfect.
And so Jabbers will, I guess, he kind of look up and down the street. You know, he wants to make sure that he has a way in, he has a way out. You know, he's not going to try and pickpocket somebody without, you know, having a clear means of escape. But what he also is looking for is someone that might have a bit of a fatter pocket than the average Joe, since we're looking for someone who's a little bit on the rich side.
Roll a
Find your
perception
clothes.
check.
Okay. It's not too good. That's a 9.
A 9? Nope. The hustle and bustle of the city, everyone's wearing very drab clothes. It's making it hard for you to, like, your usual go-to tells just aren't here. Everyone just kind of seems to be dressed in the same drab, billowy shit. You can't really tell anything about them.
Can I take the help action to reflect Frankie also trying to look for somebody noble looking?
Yep, Frankie, you try to... Yep, okay, go for it. So, Jabbers, roll again. Because it's technically advantage.
Sure. Dang, man, why are my rolls like shit?
Nope, that's still
Yeah.
a 9. Frankie, you
Yeah.
can't spot nobody neither.
They should all go see Trush. It's like they're wearing the same thing.
Well, Jabbers think like this. You see, whenever we go to arena to fight, everybody always throw money. So much money. And we can't only be ones fighting in arena. Lots of people have to fight in the arena, right?
Yeah,
Jabbers
that
have thoughts about local economy?
As
Jabbers
Jabbers
really is the smartest lizard.
As
I'm
Jabbers
no
is saying
economist.
this, Frankie, you hear a couple people walking by. I tried to breathe my drink. Sorry.
It's really not a good idea to aspirate liquids.
Yeah, no, I know. I have a defective throat flap, and it happens sometimes. So you hear a couple of people walking by, Frankie, and like the particular line of conversation catches your attention because they're talking about making bets on the fights at the arena. Only the subject matter grabbed your attention. I'm not saying, "Ooh, your character wants to do this." I don't, I don't do that.
Frankie is going to intuit this in an entirely different way and say, "Hey, Jabbers, is I'm guessing not, but is gambling a sin where you come from? Is it
Nope.
repellent to your god?"
Not at all.
Well, it is to most gods I know, and those folks are talking about gambling. So,
What a shame.
maybe those are a good idea.
Yeah. They have money to spend on gambles. They have monies to lose.
Right,
So-
right. Really, we'd be saving their souls by relieving them of the temptation.
That
What
sound
bullshit
right.
crap that was.
You're right. So, here I go. And Jabbers is going to, kind of unassumingly, just do a casual walk past and try to do a pickpocket.
I'm going to again render the help action to Jabbers by going to like a stall or something near where they're going by and like loudly talking about the wares, like in a really distracting way. Like, I've never seen something this finely crafted before.
All right, Frankie, roll a deception. Jabbers, depending on how he
19?
does. Oh wow, Jabbers, you get advantage. As everyone
Lovely.
turns the look.
Naughty guys. You know.
Hey Jabbers, enjoy your player inspiration. Thank you, Noctoriously, for the redeem.
Nice. Thanks, Noct.
Naughty viewers.
So, sleight of hand at advantage.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful.
Brian, 18.
All right, you grab. You very. They're not wearing purses like you're used to, but you see a fat little bulge in the back pocket of this guy, and you remember seeing other people pulling the weird little paper money out of things they pulled out of their back pockets. So you quickly snag that out and open it up, and it's got 100 Veldbucks inside.
Woohoo!
Who says crime doesn't pay?
He's very
Man, big cat.
I'm also going to add in that 20 that I forgot to add in before from the bar.
I remember this
Fantastic.
a few times.
After making a good enough show, Frankie is gonna go hang out like outside the arena and wait for Jabbers.
Yeah. So Jabbers walks up and he's, he kind of does a little flash of the money under the belt. You want your cut?
I get some.
Jabbers give 30%.
30%. That sounds like a great deal.
Bad pussycat.
I'm going to subtract 30 gold and give that to Frankie.
I'm gonna roll out the newspaper and boop you on the nose.
Whole
I got
gang,
expenses.
whole gang out robbing people.
Fuck yeah, whole gang.
Wait
gang
till this
is up.
slips out though in player and like the role playing that's gonna come from it.
Whole gang rise up.
Whole gang rise up. Frank, Jabbers, you're a bad influence on Frankie, I must say.
That's the only kind of influence, you know what I'm saying?
So
Hard agree.
all of this has been about an hour, I'd say. So what else would you like to do for the next hour until Gorkar and Rob presumably get back?
What Frank want to do? Jabbers got his cash.
Well, those guys were talking about making bets. Do you want to watch a fight?
Jabbers think he could go with that.
Yeah, let's give that a shot. I'm assuming this is where you introduce the betting mini game to us, Chuck.
Oh, there isn't one. I was just gonna roll dice.
Yeah, sure. That's like a mini game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't have a particular betting mini game ready, but So yeah, you walk up to the arena entrance, and you see that there's a couple of orc men, there's a goblin man, and there's a minotaur woman, all standing out in front, and they've got they're obviously bookies for the bets. And you can see people walking up to them and handing them money, and saying, oh, I want to put this much on so and so, or I want to put this much on so and so losing, etc., etc.
Again, I've never done this before. Do we just walk up and hand them money, or do we ask them who's fighting, or how does this work?
Well, first the one, then the other. You know who wants to know who fight, and the odds.
All right, I'll do that then. Frankie like walks up with like false bravado.
All right, Frankie, you're just walking up to a bookie?
Yeah.
Oh, I think Jabbers was meaning the opposite order. You walk up to the I guess the Minotaur woman, and she looks down at you and says, "What's your bet?"
Hail and well met. Who is fighting currently?
She points over at a board and says, "It's all listed over there. Come back when you got your bet." Next.
Oh,
She looks
right,
over your
sorry.
head, already not paying attention to you.
Frankie walks over to the board. I assume Jabbers is already there. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, sure.
Could make a great movie scene.
All right, who's fighting?
One moment while the GM generates names.
Oh no, I have a name. So, there's a number of individuals listed across here. No names that you recognize, but there is one in particular that you see has some very heavy odds stacked in the favor of, and it is a. Let me look here. Is a Yuan T man named Gonk. Gonk. And you see like the picture that's next to his little thing, and he is properly a gonk. He is big and surly. He's ugly. Like half of his face looks like it was torn off at one point and has been like stitched back over with like leather or something. You can see he's got the snake scales going down his neck and down his arms. And yeah, this fighter appears to be the most interesting one. Very high odds that he'll win, very low odds that he'll lose, though.
This fellow looks imposing.
Yeah? Jabbers always usually like go underdog, but
Did I say Gork? I meant Zork. I'm looking at my thing. It's Zork.
thought you said
Z-O-R-K.
Gonk.
What'd I say?
I thought you said Gonk, like Gonk.
Yeah.
You know what? I like that better. I might have. I can't find my damn list at the moment. So yeah, Gonk.
if you lose, very high payout.
I'm feeling lucky today.
Yeah? Bet against.
That's what I think.
Okie dokie. Let's do it.
So I'm gonna go back to the bookie.
So does Jabbers.
All right. So with the payout on betting against him, you could effectively make 4 times the amount of money you put into it.
4 to 1. Where's that 40 to 1? Odds are
Bro,
not my
I don't
strong
know how betting works IRL,
suit.
so don't talk to me. Don't at me. I'm doing
All
my
right.
best.
I'm gonna.
We
Do,
go with
do
the
you want
GM
us?
rules.
Do you want us to tell you our bets? Or just have like one in mind.
I mean, just tell me how much you give them, and we'll figure out how
bet.
much you make afterwards.
I'm gonna bet 850.
Wow.
850?
Like $850?
No, I don't have that much.
Eight
Eight Velders
Velder.
and 50 Veld coins.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
8 Veldbucks, 50 Velders. Okay. So you do
I
a
was
bet
about
of
to say.
You do a bet of 850, and she looks down at it. Hey, thank you for the DM inspiration, Noctoriously. She looks down at the money for a moment and goes, "Oh, bold today, are we?" in that sarcastic tone, and marks down your bet.
Don't let the clothes fool you. I'm a pauper, madam.
She blinks at you for a moment and says, "Just don't pop in here." And she like shakes her head and turns away from you to go do her other bets. After marking you down in the ledger. She doesn't know what a popper is.
Jabber's gonna put down 20 of Elder Bucks.
Ah.
Little more than usual. But
She looks
today was
at
good
it,
day.
and she kind of like, she nods at your bet and takes it, and you're betting for or against?
Against.
Ah, okay. So, now you
Agreed.
both get inside the arena. Basically the way that I'm going to work this is I'm going to roll a d20, y'all are going to roll a d20. Since you're betting against him, you're rolling for him. And you want to roll as low as possible.
Alright.
Do you want both of us to roll or just one of us?
Nope, you can choose which one of the two you want to roll. So yeah, you walk into the arena, and it's nice to see the arena floor from a different perspective than you have thus far. And you look down, and you see that the battle is already getting well underway down below. As Gonk, Jesus Christ. The UNT Gonk goes charging forward towards this monstrosity. Like, it's almost like a dragon, but it has 3 heads, each a different color. And they're breathing out, like, electricity and fire and acid at him. And he's dodging this way and that. And let's get a d20 roll from you guys. Also, because the odds are against him, I get to roll a d20 and a... I know, the odds are against him to lose. So I roll a d20 and a d10, and you have to beat me. That's what it is. There we go. That's the system.
Do
So
you want to do it, or
so you
shall
want
I?
to roll as high as possible. I take back what I said before.
I will do it because we want to roll as high as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I get to roll a d10 with my d20 to try to beat you.
Can
Since
I
the
use
odds
my,
are against you.
Can I use my inspiration that Noct gave me for this?
You could.
To represent an inspired betting choice.
Okay, here's one.
Well, you're rolling for the fight down below, so really you're giving the things that are fighting him a thumbs up.
Yes. And the second.
So what's the d20 roll there?
That's a 12.
A 12? The dragon creature gets in a first good cut on him. An errant bolt of lightning goes arcing across the arena and catches him full in the chest, and it knocks the wind out of him for a moment. And he stands up and bellows and charges forward again. Let's get another dice roll from you. Oh, you can't. You literally can't beat this roll.
Oh.
So,
Yeah.
how does he do though?
Oh man, he gets a good fucking what weapon is he using?
He's using like a giant double-bladed battle axe.
Cool. He gets a good fresh cleave right across the creature's belly.
Well, what did you roll?
Oh, he did a 9. Oh, well, the monster did a 9, I guess. Or who am I rolling for again?
You're rolling for the monster. You're trying to get higher than him.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. The monster got a 9.
Monster gonna and he rushes forward, and you're right. He does. He fully cleaves one of the heads off. Cause he got a 23.
Goodness.
Frankie just winces as soon as the head comes off and is like, oh, I just remembered. I hate fighting.
Alright, roll again.
Okay. Ooh! That's a 15.
He got a 17. He lops another one of the heads off. The creature is on the ropes.
Oh no.
Roll again.
We're doing what, best 3 out of 5?
Yep, they have to succeed at 3.
Alright.
And that's the best way to do these kinds of things. Best out of 3.
Oh no. That's a 6.
Shit.
And he got an 18 as the last head is lopped off, and he raises his arms up in the air going, "Yeah, victory for me again!" And you see like everyone around you is like throwing money out onto the arena floor.
Yeah.
Well, you can't win every time.
You guys get a couple of dirty looks because you haven't thrown anything. You see most people threw 1 or 2 coins or bills, but that's it. And it seems like you're expected to throw money.
Frankie throws
Oh.
down 7 coins.
Yeah, so will Jabbers. 7 coins. That sounds great.
Oh, I mean, most people are throwing like 1 or 2.
Oh, well,
Oh, then I'll throw 2.
2 then.
Yep, you get the impression that they're throwing like coins if their side lost and they're being polite, or they're throwing bills if like, you know, yeah, I bet on you and I won, yeah.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I prefer crime to games of chance.
Yeah. Yeah, lots more money to get. Little less risky. In a way. I mean, sometimes you have to run really fast. If you can't run really fast, though, then you get hit.
This happens often to you?
Well, Jabbers is pretty good sneak taker.
Frankie kind of like nods and has a look on his face like, yeah, that makes sense.
The next fight has begun down below as you both are talking.
Well, you want to go buy the other, or you want to go find the others? I don't really want to lose any more money today.
It's
Yeah,
Merc.
me neither.
It's Merc versus 10 individuals.
Oh, that lady's strong. If we were betting, I'd bet on her, but too late.
Oh yeah, that would
And
be
as
it.
Jabber says that, you watch as she picks up 2 of them, crushes their heads together, and throws them at 2 other people, knocking them down. And then goes barreling into another.
Frankie is looking a little green and just goes, do you mind if we stop by the lavatory on the way out?
Jabbers almost beat her. Jabbers and Gorky do good thing.
You fought
Good
her?
team. Yeah.
You watch as she crushes another head against the floor, and the person instantly disintegrates to where you imagine is the resurrection chamber.
Frankie can't hold it anymore. He runs out towards the bathroom, looking like he's gonna be sick.
Oh, roll a Constitution saving throw, Frankie.
Jabbers is just rolling on the floor laughing.
16?
16, you manage not to puke on the floor.
He suddenly throws up a little bit when he gets to the bathroom.
That sorcerer's Constitution helps you out, though. And you can just hear, like, Merc's war cries, like, vanishing in the distance as you exit the arena.
He does that little shudder you always do after you throw up and there's relief, that like,
Yeah. And you find yourself mercifully back out in the city, Frankie. The bookie looks at you and just shakes her head, and you know, she's like giving money to other people and still taking bets from yet more. She seems to have magical knowledge as to who won. You're not sure how this works, but obviously magic is involved.
That just sounds like cheating.
that woman is terrifying. Assuming
It is
we
a-
meet up with... Yeah. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. You go.
Go for it.
I was just going to say, I'm assuming we got into...
You know that Gorkar and Rob were down at the Chapel of the Gods?
Oh, let's just head that way.
Yeah, start heading that way.
Mm-hmm. So, doopy doopy. I'm gonna move you down to the outside.
We have alibi.
Frankie and Jabbers, you both are walk down the road following the signage to the Chapel of the Gods, and you approach this very grand, large wall, and a couple of paladins that are standing out in front step in front of you and go, I'm sorry, but there is no entry unless you have been requested. And it is at this time that Gorkar and Rob are walking up behind the guards that you can see are blocking Frankie and particularly you think they're blocking Jabbers. And Frankie just happens to be guilty by association at the moment.
Jabbers has his fists on his hip, that sassy body language.
Yeah, they look down at Jabbers and go, this one may not enter, but you may. And they look at you, Frankie, before they look at your robes, and they go, on second thought, perhaps you should get a better fit before you come back.
You would deny us entry to see our own gods.
Gods?
And yeah, Gorkar and Rob, you're walking up behind this.
Jabbers don't have one of those.
Frankie, Jabbers. Done with your business in the shopping district?
They part so that Gorkar and Rob can pass through.
Yeah, we were gonna come see you, but these fascists wouldn't let us in.
And was Jabbers behaved?
Jabbers
Good
and Frank
time,
went to
Jabbers.
go to see fights in the arena.
Yeah, made a good
Yeah,
bit of
right.
money on bets too.
Roll a
Really?
deception check, Frankie. I think this is
19.
against passive insight.
19.
Alright, so
Oh, yeah.
Gorkar and Rob, what's your passive insight?
Not that.
Definitely not that.
Alright, so yeah, everything's above board.
Imagine Rob trusts Frankie too much at this point to think he would have let Jabbers commit crime, let alone help.
Yeah, there's no way Frankie would do that. He blanched at the sight of Etsos.
He's a good kid.
I thought so.
Oh my goodness.
Jabbers' nose isn't the cleanest, but clean today.
Yeah, Gorkar, we saw your trainer work fight. She is, God, she's terrifying. Just so scary.
Gorkar beams as you mentioned. He's like, Merc is very powerful woman.
Yeah, that's a word to describe it. Accurate still, but not the one I would choose. I think it's terrifying.
Gorkar likes Merc's capabilities. Gorkar hoped to be capable fighter like her.
Oh, buddy.
We very close.
That's right, Jabbers. We came very close.
Promise me you're not going to start beating people to death with other people.
Gorkar can make no promises.
Frankie just sighs and goes, yeah, I thought not.
Oh, as long as it's bad people, I guess.
So, Frankie, does the head nod thing to the paladins. What's up with these guys?
They're just very cautious about who enters these sacred grounds.
Like lizards.
And people with fashion sense?
No offense, you look like you're gonna burn the place down, and Jabbers, well, alright, they're a bit,
Racist?
Uh-huh. Been there, done that.
Yeah, there's not much I could do about that.
I didn't want to go in there anyway.
Nothing but statues and holy ground for us people of worship.
Everyone seems to think that I want to go there. Ruin, Zolnar. I don't want to go there.
Sounds boring.
Like I said, not much to see.
Well, how much time left do we have to kill before we have to go back to Gore?
I think about an hour or so.
Rob
Maybe.
would be correct. You're like in the hour leading up to leaving. And you know you've got a couple hour hike through the intense heat ahead of you.
We could go see Horestus, see if he's made any progress on Gorkar's merch.
Gorkar liked the sound of that.
It's not fair that only Jabbers and I get to make a little money today.
Jabbers think Gorkar might need manager.
Dirty money.
Oh, relax, my lord. It's all in good fun. You never spent time in a tavern? Played dice, cards, anything like that?
That was out of character.
Okay, sorry.
Alright. So, you all head out. I assume that you're walking and talking at this point, though. But
Yeah.
you all make your way around to the side of the arena where the Brawler's Bounty is located. Horestus's shop. Which, if you don't know, is not named, but is this building right here. That I have you all outside. You look in, and you can see all the different trinkets of all the different fighters. Frankie and Jabbers, you do note that you recognize at least one of the sets of merch in here now. Being a particular Yuan T man. Named, what was it again? God damn it.
Gonk.
Gonk. Jesus Christ, I'll
Some
never
kind of
remember
droid
it.
from Star Wars.
What?
Yeah, the little, you know in Star Wars, the little droids that are on Imperial ships that look like little trash cans?
Yeah.
Those are Gonk droids.
Gonk.
Yep.
RTP.
Which is why when you said Gonk, I was like, wait, what the fuck?
Oh.
Rob the Pure.
I get ya. Listen here, don't incite the chat.
I
Specialty.
live to incite the chat.
So yes, I now have the name written, but you recognize a number of like Gonk toys and Funkos and shit. And you walk in the door, and Horestus Gorkar either saw you coming, or someone told you were coming, or someone told him you were coming, or something else. But he's like elephant charging through the place, going, Gorkar! And he's got like a fat stack of papers in one hand held high in the air. I've got the contract ready for you, good friend.
Gorkar says, "Oh, we ready to do business."
I told you I would have the papers ready. Here they are.
You gonna sign a thing?
Should we have, like, an esquire take a look at these first?
Oh, you can take these and get them looked at if you like.
Yeah, no funny business on funny pages.
I'm sorry, but my patron god is the god of deals and contracts. I could never.
You do realize that makes us more suspicious of you, not less.
He shrugs. Maybe you should look up my god sometime then. And he like pulls up a small holy symbol. It's an elephant that has like 3 arms on both sides, kind of like the multi-level thing. And like all the hands are making different like finger symbols. You know, hand
Yeah,
symbols.
this just
for
kind of
fingers.
looks like unimpressed.
Frank, I'm gonna make an insight check.
Oh, also, I'm sorry, I must, elaborate more. One of the hands has a scale. One of the hands is holding a stack of money, like, you know, a few coins. One of the hands is holding a pen, the opposite of which is holding like a contract, and then the bottom two hands are doing like, you know, the 3 finger with the thumb and the 4 finger together, and then like another symbol with the hand.
Again, I'm gonna make an insight check.
Yeah.
May I
Critical
peruse that contract?
fail.
Critical fail. You think he's full of shit.
Frankie's gonna lean over to Gorkar and go, "Yeah, we definitely need to take this for somebody to look at it, man."
Gorkar's like, actually, let me roll.
I
just a Gorkar
encourage
check."
you to
Alright.
check it over. My god would smile upon the process being observed. And he holds the papers out to you to take, Gorkar. And he says, I will hear no more of it. Take these to have them verified. And
Wait,
return to me when you are satisfied.
I'm confused. Your god is a god of bureaucracy?
Contracts and deals, my friend. Contracts are bureaucracy. So yes, you have kind of hit the mark, haven't you?
Fascinating.
Funny word, man.
Funny lizard man.
Yeah.
So where does one find an esquire in Velderheim?
He pops a card out to you like he was ready for that. And it's got the name Brian Blacksmith on it.
I thought you were saying it was gonna be him.
No, that would be hilarious. That would have been hilarious. I wish I had thought of that, but no. Brian Blacksmith is the man's name. Like there's a picture on the card. It's like a human that's just got kind of a very plain, like, you know, human male face with like black hair and a black scruffy beard.
It's like, we need to take this to a notary. I'm a notary.
That would have been like perfect comedic timing.
Oh, guys, you're making me feel bad for not thinking of it. Come on.
No, I'm not trying to make you feel bad.
Give me
It's still
some
funny that we brought
slack.
it. It's still funny that we thought of it in the first place.
Yeah, I could retcon it, but no.
It would also fly in the face of what he's trying to tell us. Like, hey, it is offensive to me if you don't make sure this is a good deal.
Exactly.
And him being the lawyer would also be like flying in the face of that. That would be extremely sketchy.
He takes off his hat and puts on a different one. And refuses to acknowledge that he's the same person.
He's got like one of those jeweler's monocles and stuff. Reading glasses or something.
Now I actually have to insert that character into this game. A person who just changes their hats and refuses to acknowledge that they're literally the same person with a different hat.
Roger.
Anyway.
Like a BPD.
So, go see my good friend Brian Blacksmith. If you would like to verify his credentials, I believe that his, what did they call it, those humans? The town hall would have the records and such. I may not view them, but I know at least a couple of you can.
Wait, his office is in the human quarter?
Unfortunately, for the moment, that is the only location he could find. He will, of course, meet you at some dining establishment outside of the human quarter if you cannot make it inside. Or if you can sneak inside. He, like, waggles his big bushy eyebrows.
There will be no sneaking of any sort.
There's a small moment of hope and then unhope as Rob dashes it.
Slash
I think
hope. Slash r slash no.
I think inciting a race riot by getting caught in there is probably not in our best interests.
That is also a good point.
Yabbers don't want to go in there anyway.
So I guess
Honestly, you don't.
Rob and I can brave the human quarter to find this guy and get him to come out here.
mean we to go hang out with the racists?
Well, if you are looking to contact him, my shop does offer some, short-range messaging services. Nothing extra plainer, but what you need is perfect. It only costs 2 Veldbucks.
Yeah, I've had a windfall today. Throw down for that. I really don't want to go back in there.
He holds his hand out with a smile. Well then, let us conduct this transaction.
Frankie gives him the money.
Yeah, now, it's not the fact that you gave him money, it's just the fact that a transaction took place that just seems to really get this dude going. He takes the money and goes, oh, very good. Well, let's go get this deal underway. And he brings you into the back, where there is like there's like a number of very obviously like wizard type guys sitting around. They've got like, you know, thick books. A couple of them are playing Magic the Gathering, and they all look up and stand up, and like, you know, he goes, you may pick one of them to get the commission, and they will send the message for you.
Frankie just looks at Gorkar. It's your papers.
The individuals present, by the way, are Gorkar, a human woman, a lizard folk, you can't tell. There is a grung, and there is another Loxodon, kind of like Harestus, but smaller.
Ooh,
only a little bit.
Lizard.
So you may
Gorkar
choose one.
Gorkar have good experience with lizards. Gorkar take the lizard folk.
She hisses and says, very good. I will take you in the other room so that our transaction may be private. And she leads Gorkar into the other room for the transaction, which is sending a message. And is not a euphemism.
Yeah, at first, mention of a private transaction, Gorkar looks a little nervous, and he's like, Gorkar can make private transaction, yes.
Again?
Just holds up.
Gorkar's like, you got again.
And you hear him saying as the door's getting ready to close, just promise not to set Gorkar on fire.
She just, the door closes, and she's just looking at you humorlessly. Gorkar, you get the very distinct impression that this individual has absolutely no sense of humor. As she just goes, you may sit, and please write down the message. There is a word limit, and I will pass it along, and I will relay you the response. If there is not the response within 30 minutes, then our transaction is concluded.
We're paying for a telegram?
Mm-hmm. You are. And it costs you 2 fucking gold to do it.
Inflation here is ridiculous.
Yeah, this we've already established that the economy in this place is fucked.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing makes sense on purpose, isn't it wonderful?
Whack.
So yes, Gorkar, you write down, I think you have a 25-word limit. So go ahead. Gorkar
okay.
sits down with a pen and a piece of paper.
I'll count them as Gorkar very not shakily, but he very unadeptly writes his message.
She watches you write 2 or 3 words, and then reaches her hand out and like just puts it on your hand, not in a romantic way, but in like a dude stop kind of way, and she goes, do you want to just dictate and I will write it for you? It might
Gorkar
be
much better
faster.
at speaking.
Yes, it might be faster. So she just takes the paper without another word, nips the pen out of your hand, and puts it the paper, and then looks at you expectantly and goes, "Your message."
And I will count them as I dictate the message, okay? I'm counting them on my hands.
I'll be counting as well.
Gorkar need contract verified. Period. Gorkar not want to cause trouble in racist human district. Period.
You can stop saying period.
Oh, okay.
She sounds a little annoyed, which is the most emotion you've heard yet from her. You have 6 more words. Wait, no, you have 11 more words, I believe.
I think that's correct.
Yep, you have 11 more words.
Meet Gorkar near Herestus's shop. You don't need the question mark, do you?
No, he said somewhere to eat, Gorkar. We take him, send him to the Broken Fiddler.
Nope, you're not in there. You're not in there, Frankie. You're not in there.
Oh, my bad.
That's near baby for food.
She nods and goes, 3 more words are not necessary. I will send your message now. And she looks at you see her, she looks at the paper, her eyes darting back and forth as you see she reads the message over again. And then she pulls out a small arcane focus, closes her eyes, and then just goes silent. And doesn't say another word for like 5 minutes. When her eyes finally open back up, she says, "He says that he will meet you outside of the Brawler's Bounty. Expect him within the hour."
Right.
Our business is concluded. Have a nice day, she says as she stands up and opens the door and gestures for you to get out.
And Gorkar does.
You walk back out into the room with everyone else.
Let go.
Contract guy, meet Gorkar near here. We'll be here within the hour.
So I guess we can just browse for a while and then wait for him?
Have you ever been inside of a Disney store? Because that's basically what the Brawler's Bounty is, but for gladiatorial combatants in the arena.
Yeah.
There's keychains, there's backpacks, there's shirts, there's dolls, there's all kinds of dumb shit. Anything that could be marketed with a face on it is there. You again see Gonk, the Gonk section.
Frankie's just
Gorkar
like
is-
holding up a t-shirt going, what manner of garb is this?
It's like a tunic.
Gorkar's looking for the mysterious stranger Funko Pop.
You find that they are not located inside of the store. You walk around for a good while before you realize that they are just not in here.
Gorkar hangs his head defeatedly.
Is anybody buying any merch of any kind?
Eh.
No, I think I've spent enough money today.
Nah, I'm waiting for my popularity to rise, and there's little action figures or plushies of myself.
You're gonna buy your own merch?
Yes.
Yeah.
Rob,
Little me.
Rob, Harestus sees you like looking over some of the like paladin-esque looking combatants sections, and he says to you, "My friend, were you maybe looking to strike a contract as well? Merchandising is very lucrative. It's a good deal.
I may. It would give me an opportunity to raise money for the chapel.
He nods and says, whatever you do with your money is your business. I will take a couple days to draw up the contract and have it verified on my end. And then I will give it to you to verify on your end, just like Gorkar.
Alright. I will take you up on that offer. So
He
long as I
nods.
get to peruse the contract, of course.
He nods and says, and send your other two friends my way as well if they are looking to maybe strike a deal. I think I could do some... His hands are rubbing together and you see he's almost salivating at the idea that he's talking about as he says, if I could get all four of you under contract, why, the merchandising options would be glorious. Oh, what a great deal. I'm practically shaking thinking about it.
Yeah.
Can Frankie and Jabbers hear this conversation?
Yeah, oh yeah. He's talking about merchandising that includes all four of you together.
Frankie leans into Jabbers and goes, when he talks, it makes crime sound more dignified.
Yeah, hey, the funny man, funny words, putting on funny paper, and Jabber's not always so very comfortable with that. Signing away, things like that, just doesn't feel right.
I learned a long time
Noctoriously
ago-
says, if the mysterious stranger Funko Pop did exist, it would disappear as soon as you buy it.
Yeah, I learned a long time ago not to sign anything a merchant hands you.
Mm-hmm. Better to take what's in the merchant's pocket.
Well, I don't know about that, but... And Frankie gives Jabbers a little wink.
Jabbers gives a wink back.
What's all this winking? No, I'm just kidding.
Testing eye muscle.
Yeah, just a twitch, my lord.
Uh-huh. Glaring at you both.
You gonna sign funny paper man, funny word, paper man?
Uh-huh.
Can you use words?
I mean,
No, that was definitely on character.
I don't need much to survive, but I could use some help producing some revenue to get a set of plate armor. After that, I'll probably just give all my money away to the chapel and for my own needs.
You could always give money to Jabbers.
That depends. If Jabbers can stay out of trouble, I will most certainly give you a cut of my share.
No hijinks going on over here, my lord. All our money we earned honestly.
Roll deception.
Oh, damn it, okay. 15!
Rob, what's your passive insight?
And
Nope. Yep, everything's above board.
starting to think you got a guilty conscience over there. You keep saying it's on the up and up.
Nope. You start
Unprovoked.
to
it's
think
out of
that.
character.
You start to think that, but then
Out
you
of
go,
character.
nah. Oh yeah, I get you.
Nah, Frankie's just a peasant. They talk weird.
I'm gonna get you.
Keep calm and Gorkon. Is that going to be one of the shirts in the damn shop?
It should be.
Jesus, I wish I had the means to merchandise this already for reals, because I want all of the stuff.
I would absolutely buy a whole gang shirt.
For real.
Shirts with like Jabbers like stealing something and like Rob glaring.
So, you all finish up your business at the Brawler's Bounty?
Yeah, and we're waiting for the lawyer, the fantasy lawyer.
Yeah, you walk outside into the rain, or are you going to be staying inside waiting for him? Because I think
We said
Gorkar said near the Brawler's Bounty, not in.
Yeah, we said we'd meet him outside.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so you all walk back outside of the Brawler's Bounty into the rain, and you can see that across the street, at the very edge of the shopping district, there is a small cafe, and you see Brian Blacksmith himself sitting at one of the sitting at one of the little tables. He's got himself like a little paper cup frappuccino kind of thing, and he's just sitting there looking around like, you know, he doesn't know who to expect because he doesn't know what you look like. So he's just looking around like waiting for somebody to come.
Well, I will walk across the street to greet him.
Yep. Gorkar is going to walk up to him with a, I'm guessing, rather hefty stack of papers.
He spots you as you walk over with the papers just out in the rain, Gorkar, and you see him like grimace a bit, but then smile up at you and go, "Ah, you must be the one who contacted me from Horestus' shop. My name is Brian," and he stands up and extends a hand out to you to shake yours. And with the other hand, yanks the papers out of your hand and pulls them under the cover out of the rain.
Gorkar has no idea that he was doing anything wrong, just shakes his hand and says, Gorkar is Gorkar.
Ah, Gorkar! Ah, nice to meet you, Gorkar. And your friends. Oh, you must be the new guys. Huh. And he looks at all four of you like he just realized that, and he goes, I actually didn't realize the last group had, Huh. Well, the contract, so I should look this over for you. He looks at it and he says, well, being one of Horestus's contracts, this is going to be meticulous and will take me a while. I do have a retainer fee of 20 Veldbucks. You will get half of it back upon completion, unless you do something to sully the deal. That's the term here in Velderheim for doing something that would break contract.
And Gorkar just, Gorkar looks at him for a second and goes, how Gorkar know if Gorkar break contract when Gorkar not even know what contract say?
Well, I mean the contract between you and I. Listen, it's just the way that it works here. I have to take a retainer fee per my contract, and then give you half of it back once we complete our transaction. That's just I don't run this system. I just work in it.
Laws are strange here.
Mm-hmm.
He just nods. He goes, yeah, that's because every time a god of some law or another dies, something else goes kind of wonky here. So I'll get back to you about this tomorrow.
Gorkar nods and hands him 20 Veldbucks and says, Gorkar easily make that back in one bout in the arena.
He looks you over and goes, I do not doubt that, my friend. I do not doubt that. Well, was there any other business you wanted to conduct? Maybe you would like to up your retainer and maybe consider keeping me on board as a more permanent member of your legal team, if you're looking to make one anyway. If you're going into business with Horestus, you might need somebody like me on hand.
Gorkar
We
looks
might
at
be
him.
back with more contracts.
Gorkar looks at him quizzically and then looks around the group and says, well, Gorkar does plan on making lots of money with Horestus. Maybe we renegotiate after you meet back with Gorkar about contract. For now,
the
can Gorkar buy you a drink?
The renegotiation clause. Yes. He looks a little surprised as he goes, I'm surprised I didn't think of that myself. You should work in law, or at least contracts. Can I buy you a drink?
Gorkar nods and accepts as Gorkar would love a drink.
When he says Gorkar should work in law, Frankie just like raises one eyebrow.
and you all sit down and have a nice little coffee with Brian Blacksmith. There doesn't seem to be anything really remarkable about the guy. As far as you can tell, in his time when he was, you know, one of the heroes that everything potentially hinged on, he was a fighter, though he was only a fighter because he got thrown into this world and it was foisted upon him. He only knew how to handle swords because he used to make them. But now that he's here and no one really needs swords as much like that, he went into law.
Frankie now feels some camaraderie with this man. It's like, yeah, I didn't really want to fight either, but you know, I got thrown in here with these guys, and they fight good.
He laughs, he goes, yeah, my brother was probably the one they were going for, but he, as far as I can tell, he made some kind of a deal with the entity that brought me here to take me instead. I don't know.
Wow, your
Brother sounds like a coward.
yeah, your brother really fucked you on that one, man.
Well, I mean, he's long dead now, and I'm still here.
There you go. Think on the plus side.
Yeah.
He does the nervous chuckle with him. Yeah.
Hey, how long have you been here?
Not too long in the grand scheme of things. About 500 years, I think.
Wowie.
All things considered, the fact that you're this stable surprises me, actually.
Thanks.
Right.
Yeah, I've been here for, I think, 3 days, and, boy, I'd love to leave.
Oh, me too, man. Although I don't have anywhere to go back to, so, this is it for me. Yep, this and my law.
It's surprising a city like this has no therapists.
Oh, we do.
Oh. Well, never mind then. I'm just surprised.
Yes, you would have to go talk to, the people down at the temple about that. Yeah, that Vrikov guy, he has some, initiative thing. You always come to the temple to talk to somebody when you need it, he says, while, like, holding his hand up in the air, doing, like, the, you know, he's seeing the text above his head as he says it.
In my experience, the clergy don't
Rob
typically
stares.
offer. In my experience, the clergy don't typically offer these services for free.
Oh, nothing in the city is free, my friend. You will find that very quickly. We are all trying to make our way here.
Place needs to change.
Jabbers understand that very well.
Well, oh my, and you see him suddenly become extremely panicked looking, and you look over to where he's looking, and you see Mr. Hank and Mr. Vorst standing nearby with their arms crossed.
Suppose it's time.
I must be going. Yeah. Lovely to see you again, Mr. Hank. Mr. Hank snorts, and Brian goes, "Ah!" and just runs. He's got the contract papers tucked under his arm, and he's bolting. Mr. Vorst kind of chuckles, and then Mr. Hank goes, "It is time. Come with us." You're gonna get used to
Rich.
hearing that.
Yeah.
And
pretty into it.
we're actually close enough to break time that I'm gonna call us onto break right now.
All right.
So
I know
Mr.
what it is.
Hank and Mr. Vorst escort you all over to the east gate, to the exit where Gore is. Jabbers, up until this point, you've kept the gem solidly inside your pack, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Although, I'm not gonna make you roll for this, Jabbers. You have kind of noticed as you walk through the city that every once in a while someone will stop, like something has suddenly bothered them, and they look as if they're searching for something in your direction, but they don't like place their eyes on you. But it's just weird that people just continually every once in a while stop and like search in your direction, like being called by something, like they're looking for something. And it just kind of
Again,
unsettles you.
the fucking ring theme plays every time from Lord of the Rings.
The precious.
Well, this is my life now.
All right. So, we will come back after the 15-minute break. Let's see. It is 6:11 right now. So, at 6:26, we will come back. So, I hope to see you all after the break. Get a good stretch, get a good hydration, and I'll see you after.
Yeah, see you guys soon.
Alright.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back from our break. How's it going there, the Lost?
Radio there.
Doing good.
Going great.
It was still on mute, doing good.
Heck yeah! All right, I got my thought collection smoke on, so I'm gonna be a little, congested for a bit. I'm sorry, but it looks like we need to have everyone sans Gorkar roll a d20 and see who gets the lowest, because we have to do our previous session recap 2.0.
Well,
Could I-
I know who's doing it.
While we wait on rolls, can I ask you a rules-related question, DM?
Yeah.
So bugbears have they're long-limbed, so they have 10-foot reach instead of 5-foot reach, right?
Uh-huh.
And polearms are long-reaching weapons.
The answer is no.
I've seen some DMs allow it, so I wanted to
No,
see.
you cannot have 15 feet of reach.
I've seen it done before. I've seen popular people that are in the D&D online community say, yeah, that's a pretty broken thing, but I'll allow it.
This is one ruling where I'm like, oh yeah, no, I wouldn't allow that either.
But don't you want to see a hasted 15-foot reach barbarian?
As a player, yes. As a dungeon master, no.
Me and Jabbers both rolled a 2, I think.
Yeah.
What we do when we tie.
A re-roll, sir, I guess.
Is that the case, DM?
Wait, hold on. Oh my god, okay, can you read your long reach trait out loud, Gorkar?
Yeah, let me pull up the character sheet real quick. It's a racial thing, I know.
Yep. I just want to know the wording of it, if they've changed it from what I'm seeing here.
When you make a melee attack on your turn, your reach for it is 5 feet greater than normal.
Okay, so you know that means that you don't have an extra 5 foot of reach with a reaction? Because it says on your turn. That's only good on your turn.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting that they didn't change that. I thought that might have been an older version, but nope. Okay, cool. I'm gonna say no, because that's broken AF, though.
It is. I got the idea by watching one of the YouTubers that I really like, and they had a
Munchkin shit.
bugbear barbarian build that
Alright.
take polearm master as soon as possible.
Yeah, so, Rob, Frankie, Jabbers,
Don't look at me.
what did you roll?
Me and Jabbers both rolled a 2.
And what did Frankie
Yeah.
roll?
I got a 10.
Okay, so Jabbers and Rob got to roll again. I don't think we've heard one from
Yeah.
Rob yet.
Oh, did I miss a Jabbers recap last week?
You did.
Did.
Yeah.
I'm rooting against you, Jabbers. Oh, you bastard.
Congrats.
It's beginning to look a lot like Rob time.
This is getting
Huh?
prophetic because we were just talking about while you were setting up for stream, we were talking about how Rob was the only one who hadn't read one yet.
Not rats, Rob. Lizards.
It's beginning to look a lot like recap. There we go. Alright.
All right. Gather round, children. Gather round.
Oh, hold on.
Oh,
Let me
hi.
get the
I didn't
proper
see you there.
soundscape. Okay, now we're good. As Rob is teleported into Veld's study, where he is sat down in a chair and asked to, and given a microphone, and asked to relay the events of the previous day to the crowd sitting before him.
Is this what this is like? Okay. Is this thing on? Okay. Today we have traveled to a place that can only be called hell on Earth. The soil of the land was dead, and the sky was blood red, and the scent of the air was also blood. And a feeling so unholy, I wished to burn it all to the ground. We were traveling to a town called Gore, but I suppose it just I didn't connect the dots and imagine what a place like this could be like. Along our way to the town, we spotted some dead bodies on the ground that I got a terrible feeling from, so I trusted in the light and had Jabbers sink an arrow into one. The bodies began to move, as I suspect, and it was the undead. Finally, a chance to slay more of the unholy creatures I had prepared to face my whole life. The zombies fell with little effort, and these specters, and the specters would burst their claws that would take a mind of their own, the horrid things. The beast stood no chance against the light and my mighty team of friends. But not soon after, a horde of flying creatures began to head this way, and I've never seen anything like it in my life. Me and Gorkar took to the front to try to keep them from harming our other friends. My efforts proved a little short this time. I must apologize to Gorkar later, for I had to watch the blood-sucking birds almost take his life as we managed to scrape by it, as the light is always on our side. After a moment's rest, we continued on. Gore was an interesting place, to say the least. As we arrived, blood soon began to fall from the sky. What is this devil's playground of a place? We were told this was a special occasion, which the people here would dance naked, we were told. We met their leader, a woman who took an uncomfortable liking to me, for I resisted her temptations and stood strongly with my convictions. My body is only for the light. She told us we must go slay her husband. I also put in that she had one of many, but I thought we actually knew that. And in return, she would bind the bear, as we were told the reason were... Sorry, that made no sense. I should have edited this. I'm going to skip that. But she did tell us that she would bind the bear to the stone that we were supposed to be going to get. At first, I stepped up to be the bear, but I got a strong sense that this would put my faith in question, and Jabbers took up the role with enthusiasm. We traveled to the shrine of some sort where we encountered her husband. He and his skeleton horse were already a part of the undead, another test for me and the light. To battle, he summoned skeleton heads of flame to attack us, which had a strong bite, but were easily repelled. I stood as strong as I could, but I finally was brought to my knees. As things began to fade to black, it was again Frankie came to my aid, giving me the last of his magic as I stood once more. With the rest of my party and I were able to overcome this foul beast and put him into his eternal slumber. Our mission was a success, and we returned to Gore for Jabbers to perform the ritual, which I took no place in, which took place on the next Bloodfall. Frankie and I decided this was too uncivil for us to watch, and we hid away in the changing tent. Gorkar, on the other hand, seemed to pay no mind and joined in, but to each their own. Sometimes I wonder what it's like to be free of convictions. Soon after it was all done, it was time for us to return to the city, however, only for the night, as we were to come back in the morrow to meet with Mr. Force, who summoned us back. Unfortunately, I was told that Gorkar has stayed behind, and we will re-meet in the morning. Light be with him. The night is late, however, so I must retire. Hopefully tomorrow will be full of fortune, and Light's blessing upon us all. That is all I wrote.
and then a hand comes out of the darkness behind you, Rob, modifies your memory so you have no recollection of this event, and then you are just teleported back to the same moment in time as if nothing happened. And now,
Right.
we continue on with the... Oh, wait. No, I'm getting ahead of myself. This recap, and the recap at the beginning of the session, and the other two players' recaps that you did not get to hear this session, are all on our Patreon if you are interested in such a thing. I also will be uploading the various maps that I have made and we are using on the stream here. Anyone that is a tier 2 or higher patron will get access to all of those materials and more. And I would like to thank everyone that has already signed up for it. It has helped us get the cool tabletop models that we're using in Harpy already. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. And now...
Thanks, guys.
Oh, yep. Sorry. And without too much further ado, let us return to the City of the Lost. So the four of you are standing outside of the gate. The two muscular Minotaur guards that stand out front have already parted their weapons for you, and Mr. Hank and Mr. Vorst are just standing behind you with their arms crossed, waiting for you to go. They seem to intend to accompany you this time.
If we must.
More meat between me and the giant mosquitoes. I don't mind.
You know, why all these guards, what the words? Leather Daddy Cowman. Why always Leather Daddy Cowman? Kobold look good in leather.
Are you asking this to, like, one, Mr. Hank or Mr. Vorst?
No, he's just throwing it out there.
Oh, okay. Well, then Mr. Hank and Mr. Vorst opt to ignore you.
I'm guessing it's because of their height and muscle definition.
Muscle's not everything.
Yeah, but most people don't realize that, big guy.
I forget, was it Hank or Vorst who was a bugbear?
Vorst. Hank is the Minotaur.
Gorkar looks at Vorst and then kind of looks at Jabbers and says, Gorkar noticed that Minotaur can be important or unimportant position, whereas only bugbear Gorkar has seen as himself and very important Mr. Vorst.
That's pretty interesting.
Maybe Velderheim gets more minotaurs than bugbears?
Mr.
Or maybe
Hank...
bugbear's more capable.
At this point, Mr. Hank snorts and says, "The Minotaurs that are in Velderheim, minus myself, are some of Lord Veld's finest work."
Who win between you two in fight?
He is asking that to Hank.
Yeah, they both just look at you and shake their heads. "We would never fight."
I was half expecting both of them to go, I would, of course. Hey,
They
wait,
both-
no, I would.
They both point at the other one and say he would. That is canonically what happened.
So, let's roll back a second. You're saying Veld made these guys?
Yes. They are some of the first Minotaurs. My people are descended from this race that Lord Veld himself created.
I have no more questions.
Find it interesting that he's capable of creating life.
It is not surprising. Lord Veld is a god after all. Do you not know anything about the Lord himself? Mr. Vorst actually does stop at this point too, and looks at all of you, kind of like studying you.
How would we know? You guys refuse to tell us anything anytime I ask you anything.
Very well. And they both continue to like walk on and say, "I will tell you more of Lord Veld. You see,
Had a long walk.
our Lord is not only a beholder, as you may have become aware, but he is actually the first beholder. He is the god of chaos and entropy."
Yep, that fits.
Well, one day, long before mortals, before anything. Oh, I have the wrong soundtrack up, by the way. Hold on a moment. I just realized we need Vestige of Gore. There we go. One day, before the time of the mortals, Lord Veld dreamed of the concept of mortality, and the first race of mortals was born from this dream. But something else was also born from this dream. The mortality of all existence. Mr. Vorst nods and says, "Yes, that is why Lord Veld wishes to find a way to stop it. He feels responsible."
It kind of sounds like he is.
Is one to blame for what they dream, Paladin? Is that what you believe? A beholder cannot control their dreams any more than any other. Not even one as great as our Lord Veld.
Many faced define the unwilling convictions to be sinful, even if they are unwilling.
That is your view of things, narrow as it is. As it's your right to hold such narrow views. You will find that things are not quite as simple here. You will find you may have to alter your views slightly in order to maintain your sanity. If you stay too rigid, you will break.
We will see.
So you're telling us that Lord Veld dreamed up the concept of entropy itself?
That is correct. He dreamed of the prospect of what it would be to die, and thus the idea was born into the universe.
Yeah, I can see why he would feel guilty about that.
It seems like madness.
It is madness. What do you think this place is but madness?
Oh, I'd say madness hits the nail pretty much on the head.
I mean, but even though he dreamed up death, with it comes the beauty of life.
As is the cycle now, only since mortality was born. But mortality means that eventually all things must end, including the gods.
If he can dream of the end, can't he also dream of the beginnings?
It is not quite that simple. Once the idea of mortality made its way into the universe as a fact, as a law of the very existence of everything, there was no turning back. Lord Veld wishes to find a way to stop the great end and maintain the current order. Only in that way may chaos and entropy remain.
It sounds like what he needs is rebirth.
That is one possibility if you fail.
Alright. Or maybe we just won't fail.
I think he means that the end of this universe would give birth to another one?
That is one theory of many.
Like a
Another
phoenix.
theory is that everything just ends, and that's it. We have no way of knowing. Did you have any other questions?
If he is a god, then where are the other gods? He can't be the only one.
The other gods are spread across existence. They are aware of the great end. Lord Veld struck a deal with your god to bring you here for this very reason. You are directly tied to the fate of everything now. Lord Veld brought you here because your gods thought that you had the potential to be the ones to bring everything to balance.
And I shall.
And that's how everyone in the city got here?
Indeed. Everyone from a world whose god was going to die soon. They become desperate enough to throw in with Lord Veld after resisting his will for so long. They are fools. Mr. Vorsch, puts his hand on Mr. Hank's shoulder to, kind of like the first bit of compassion that you've seen from either of them is, just a very simple gesture of the hand on the shoulder. And he, kind of calms down a bit and says, "They are fools for not believing our Lord. Everything shall end if we do nothing. Only Lord Veld has the will to see it done. The rest are too scared. Or too cowardly."
I'm gonna make an insight check.
Mm-hmm.
Frankie is trying to figure out if these two are in a relationship. Oh, probably not. That's a 6.
6, you're not sure.
Oh. Because me, Traven, human conduit of Frankie, is now I'm just imagining these two as putting on this tough exterior and scaring people, and then their work is done and they go home and they're just like, "Hey man, you did a good job today."
Can you stop
Proud of you.
imagining my NPCs having sex with each other, please?
I didn't say sex, I said being in a loving platonic relationship.
Breeding! That's gotta be like a mug or something, just Jabbers going, "Breeding!" with his hands in the air.
I'm trying to weave you a story of beautiful love between two consenting adults, and you're the one trying to sully it with your talk of sex.
Breeding! Oh, Jesus. So, what's your passive insight?
Not high. 13.
13? Yeah, you got no idea.
I believe I would like to spend the rest of our walk in quiet contemplation, if it's all right with everybody else.
They were right with us.
roommates.
We are just roommates. What are you talking about?
So, all these things we doing, getting the shinies, they supposed to be some kind of quest to do a thing to make the ending stop?
We do not know Lord Veld's ultimate plan, but we know that it involves grooming adventurers into their power, accelerated by the power of those collars that we have placed upon you. Those are not only for control. You surely have noticed that after you finish a combat or a battle is something that you are filled with natural vigor and your wounds close. You find yourself becoming stronger at an alarming pace. These things have not seemed odd to you?
No, I picked up on it, but I also noted that those who have been here so long, scraped and torn from battle, are losing their minds. What is his plan for that?
They have nowhere else to go. It is a mercy for Lord Veld to keep them here. The only alternative would be to cast them into the astral sea.
I meant, what if we do find a way to stop the end, and even find a way to restore their worlds? I know it's been told to be impossible, but I don't believe that just yet. But if we can, what about their minds?
Those whose minds are gone can never be replaced.
His plans don't seem to count much for people's feelings.
He is a god. They say as if that explains the situation entirely.
Oh, Frankie is nodding emphatically.
I feel like my god wouldn't do that.
Spend some time with your small folk. Spend some time with your small folk, my lord. You'll learn we are nothing but playthings to the gods.
Sometimes, sometimes, although we are their playthings, they give us great purpose and treat us with kindness.
Well then, it would appear that we are approaching Gore now. And they, like, Mr. Vorst, like, raises his chin up, and you look up and you see Gore just up on the horizon. About another 15 minutes. And, Mr. Hank and Mr. Vorst, are in silence, for the rest of this, 15 minutes. And you finally... I believe that might be some lore that we didn't drop last time.
No, definitely some of that was new.
Yeah.
Well,
Yep.
just so you know, everything is still unchanged from my original plan. Haven't retconned anything. So we're actually verging in the territory of stuff that we haven't done, because we got to this part and then what? We didn't get, like, this is where the campaign fizzled. Right?
Yeah, it was, the last thing I remember was we were still in the city, so I don't even think we'd made our way going back to Gore. Like, that was the next thing on our list, but we were still dicking around in the city.
Yeah.
Because I remember I was training that goblin to fight.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you mean Skeek?
Yep, oh, Skeek.
Yep, Skeek. What a great little gobbo he was. So.
He would have made such a fine warrior.
Yeah. He was gonna be a fighter. Alright, let me get the map up here. As you all approach the village of Gore. I gotta get the sunlight right again, because I changed it to evening for Gorkar and his tryst. Gorkar subchapter. Gorkar's tryst.
Lord.
Do I have Mr. Hank and Mr. Vorst on the board? No, I don't. Okay, cool. So here's Mr. Hank. Here's Mr. Vorst. And as you approach the gates, you don't find any of the tieflings near, any of the feral tieflings guarding the gate, but little Zit does come, like, waddling up to Mr. Hank and Mr. Vorst and just looks up at both of them. And they look down at him and say, Lord Veld is expecting us. And Zit just nod, turns around and starts doing, like, the big steppy, you know, little guy big steppy walk. And he seems to be, like, throwing his chest out a bit because he's walking with Mr. Hank and Mr. Vorst.
That thing unnerves me.
For those of you who don't remember what Mr. Hank and Mr. Vorst look like, here they are. Mr. Hank is the tall minotaur, and Mr. Vorst is the hobgoblin. And I believe that they are some of the most glorious NPCs.
Why do they look like D&D Blues Brothers?
Because that's what they're supposed to be.
They are on a mission from God.
We're on a mission from God.
They are! That's the point! That's the joke!
They play both kinds of music in Velderhan, country and western.
Oh, but that's
Frankie's
the
down for that shit.
I can't believe you guys didn't catch that joke last time.
Listen, I've seen Blues Brothers exactly once, so...
They're on a mission from God. They're the Blues Brothers. Oh, and Zit is literally just Gur from Invader Zim.
Minus
Yeah,
the
that I
high
imagine.
voice.
Yeah, except that he's mute entirely. So yeah, he goes tromping off towards the center of town, the village. Mr. Hank, Mr. Vorst. I'm not gonna put down minis to represent everybody, but suffice to say that Etsos is out here wearing a very fine-looking, blood red leather, form-fitting. Like it's a skin-tight leather outfit that has like a dress or skirt on the bottom instead of like, you know, pants. And it's got like straps and leather, it's got leather straps and metal buckles. And she watches as you all approach. And Frankie, you do note that your outfit certainly does draw her attention as she like looks at your outfit and does like the ooh and looks you up and down really slowly like ooh. You
Frankie
see her
is like cherry red.
she bites her lip a bit. You see Udang, Vath and Udang behind her avert their gaze from yours as you kind of catch their eyes for a moment. Yeah, all of the men in the town, by the way, are looking at you, Frankie. You get the impression that they think that you're gunning for her the way Gorkar did the last night.
I'm starting to think that my choice of attire might have been a bad idea.
I think.
She approaches... Oh, sorry, Jabbers?
What's the goblin name? I don't know. He made very, very clear. Made very clear.
Mr.
Trosh?
Vorst.
Yeah, I suppose he did.
What was that?
It's just karma for your bad deeds.
No, Frankie just said, yeah, Trosh, I suppose he did mention that.
Mention what? Oh, the fact that she would really dig it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He definitely told you she would definitely be into this. And as you can tell, she is. So, Lord Veld walks up and like places a hand on Etsos's shoulder and says, "Oh, my dear Etsos, where's the party? Where's the table? Where's the food?" She like looks over at him and like she like takes one step back from him and bows forward from the hip, keeping her back straight with her hands out and palms up from her to her side, and she says, "My liege, Lord Veld, everything is ready for you outside the town." And he like claps his hands together excitedly and goes, "Oh goody, it's been a while since we had one of these." And he just turns, he doesn't even look at you guys. He just turns and goes like walking, cape billowing behind him as he goes striding out the gate that Etsos pointed towards. And you see her like straighten up, and her smile, her polite face is gone, and she's just got this like very ugly sneer as she watches him walk away. And Mr. Hank and Mr. Vorst, if they see her, don't seem to care.
I mean, yeah, that checks out. She never really struck me as the kind of person who enjoyed sharing power.
Yeah.
I have a question, just visually.
Mm-hmm.
Is Frankie the only one who did anything different with his attire for this?
Yes.
I forgot to mention earlier, the only thing Gorkar does differently is he's got, like, more, like, he's got things tied around, like, his arms, like, right below the shoulder and across the middle of his thigh, almost like, if you're familiar with, like when TIE fighters, like, tie those ceremonial bands around their arms before they do their ritual little dance thing, it's like that. And they're all just different colors that are all earth tones and match his shit. But otherwise, Gorkar's still in leathers.
Jabbers didn't
Where-
need to do anything because he's wearing the fanciest hat ever.
Gorkar, you don't know if it's a blessing or a curse that Etsos hasn't seemed to give you a second look as soon as she noticed Frankie and his outfit. She seems more intrigued by his outfit than attracted, but that's still to be,
TBD, to be decided.
TBD.
Blessing.
Gorkar just does the special, like, arm tie thingies with the very long like holdover from the knots that hold them in place. That's for any special occasion.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Oh.
Frankie's not fit. He's a fucking farm boy.
So Etsos turns to face all of you and gives you all that very that venomous smile, that very sinister look that she has, and she goes, "Welcome back to my humble village. Did you enjoy your night in the city?"
Very much. Thank you.
She looks at Gorkar and gives him like the up down, not the but the up down, and then looks away from him and smiles at Frankie and goes, "That is quite a charming outfit you have there, my dear. What made you decide to pick up such a lovely suit? This wouldn't be for me." And she kind of like does like the play innocent, bats her eyelashes and puts a hand to her chest when she says me.
Again, he is like red, just like apple red.
Her
And he's just
innocent. Oh, sorry. Keep going.
And he's just like, I've never been invited to a formal occasion. I thought it appropriate for me to look the part, my lady. And
her gaze goes from that obviously play innocent eyebat look. Her like face kind of tilts forward a bit, and she gets that like predator look as she looks at you, Frankie. And she bares her teeth in a smile, a very horrific smile, as her teeth are all extremely sharp, needle point fangs line her mouth. And she says, "Well then, shall we go eat?" And she like she relishes in Frankie's uncomfortableness for a few more seconds before turning to look over at Blaze, who straightens up and says, "Yes, my lady Etsos." And him and the rest all go marching off as she waves a hand and says, "See you at the dinner, boys."
Frankie is like speed walking away.
Gorkar does his usual awkward like wave over the head as he's backpedaling, and then turns around and walks away with the party.
Jabbers just shrugs and human behaviors. I don't know.
Gorkar gets the impression that if this wasn't Velderheim, Etsos would have probably kicked him out of the bedroom and then ghosted him.
Yup. Gorkar also doesn't really give a shit.
Yep.
He's being Gorkar.
Oh,
He's just
yeah.
like, okay, bye.
What? Damn, okay. I was kind of looking for round 2, but I guess I might be dead.
Gorkar never have candle wax that hot.
It wasn't candle wax.
Even Gorkar believed their fine line between pain and pleasure.
Rob is just sighing.
Yeah, Gorkar is
Seems
not
be a
trying
ghost in
to
this
impress
situation.
this woman again. He's like, Gorkar not think him get into that kind of situation. Probably not go there again with Tiefling.
Yeah, Gorkar, you do notice that Etsos is like kind of fawning over Frankie a little bit. It potentially might cross your mind that you might want to warn Frankie that it might kill him in a literal sense.
As they're walking away, Gorkar's kind of like pointing at some of the burn marks in the singed fur and says, "No offense, Frankie, but Gorkar see how Etsos look at you, and Gorkar not think you hardy enough to handle it."
Nope, I think you've hit the nail right on the head there, Gorkar. Wasn't gonna go there.
Frankie, no problemo, dude.
Gorkar think Frankie make a good decision. Gorkar not even want another piece of that.
This is not how I envisioned becoming a man. I believe is the phrase is coined.
Oh, that would have been amazing. I mean, I'm glad you decided against it.
Uh-huh.
Gorkar looks down at Frankie and is like, "You're telling Gorkar Frankie has... Frankie!"
Why are you looking at me like that?
What age, Frankie?
I'm 18.
Why not bred yet?
I was courting a very beautiful girl,
What courting?
and I was waiting for the time to be right.
It means dating, Jabbers.
What
Does
dating?
Jabbers
Partners.
doesn't know what dating is.
Wife, husband, partner,
Oh.
mating partner.
Somebody tell him pre-breeding ritual.
Yeah, it's a mating
Right.
ritual.
Someone
Oh.
you have mating rituals with, but permanently and particularly just them.
Just one?
Just one.
She is one of the reasons I want to fix this and go home.
Ah. Jabbers know some breed for life, but might not be Jabbers kind of thing. Then again, Jabbers not really care all too much about breeding in the first place. Jabbers just want Chinese. That's Jabbers' focus. If
I would
not
consider-
obvious now.
I would consider that a more noble focus.
Well, keeping
Gorkar.
species alive important.
Gorkar being honest, Gorkar not plan on breeding when trying to stay in Gork. Gorkar thought maybe Gorkar could do some manual labor for room and board. But no, Gorkar had to go back to Velderheim still.
We did try to warn you, man.
Gorkar is a very simple bugbear. Leave Gorkar alone.
And I don't think you could pay me enough to stay in a place like this.
Agreed.
You hear like a as like one of the men looks at you kind of offended, Rob, and like puts a hand to his chest like in the very like I'd never, and like walks away from you quickly.
Frankie's just like, oh, come on, man, it rains blood here.
That might not be normal for you, but normal for them.
Alright. That's true. Jabbers, that's surprisingly wise.
Wait, how much wisdom does Jabbers have?
He's 13?
Wow, he's wise, Lizard.
It's higher than Frankie's.
Oh my
Higher
god.
than mine.
So yeah,
You gotta have street smarts, man.
Jabbers
He's a
saying
thief.
something oddly insightful is not out of place at all. It's just like, wait, what? 'Cause you
Yeah,
don't
no, yeah,
expect-
Rob had double take. He was like, wait, what?
Let's just get this evening over with, shall we? I
Agreed.
feel the sudden urge to bathe.
Also agreed.
Frankie should make sure that Etsos doesn't catch Frankie bathing.
Oh, I'm gonna wait till we get
Yeah,
back to the
third
city.
agreed.
So, y'all head outside the city gates, which I don't have a table or anything, and it's fine, because really, you guys go to this table and you see that it's piled with like, it appears like it's just meat and cooked mushrooms. Although you're not entirely sure what kind of meat.
I was gonna say, where does this come from? And then Rob's just like pointing at it
Who are you asking that to?
out loud to everyone. Where does this come? Is this edible?
Otto and Brixney are nearby. They go, oh, well, sometimes Lord Velds lets us into one of the other demi-planes that he controls, and we hunt, and we bring it back here, and that's what it is.
And what exactly, like deer and like boar and stuff?
Oh no.
Oh no, like bear?
I think my lord is.
Moose?
I think my lord's ultimate point is: was this meat once people?
Oh yes, certainly was.
like me people.
Well, not as civilized as you.
That's fucked up.
Is it cooked?
You realize
Rob is
that
saying
even
that. That's fucked up.
Yeah, this is the point where the characters and the audience and the players probably would realize that despite some of the characters here potentially being a little charming in nature, they're all literally fantasy Nazis, so they all suck.
Is the meat cooked?
So
Oh yeah, it's cooked.
is there a
Okay.
way to make a request for normal meat? Like, I'm a person, I eat normal people stuff.
Hmm.
How about a salad? You got vegetables?
We have the mushrooms. And he like waves his hand over to the mushrooms. You see that they're like, they have kind of a deep red shade to them. Very
Rob,
reminiscent of a deep blood color.
Rob, like, eyes the mushroom, looks back at him with that, like, I'm not buying it look, and be like, I will, you know what? It's convenient, I'm fasting.
Doesn't it look like we're the mushrooms also, people?
No, the mushrooms look like the mushrooms that grow around Gore. You can only assume what the mushrooms can subsist off of.
Jabbers does eye the meat for a bit, but as this conversation is happening and sees that Rob is just not very happy with the idea of it being people, he holds off. But he does eyeball it for a minute. Because
Yeah,
it's food. It's meat.
They both pat you on the shoulder and say, unfortunately, you will be expected to take at least one bite of something. It wouldn't be a feast if everyone didn't eat. We don't want to make Lady Sauce angry, or Lord Feld.
Are either one of them present?
Oh yeah, they're both sitting at Lord Veld is sitting at one end of the very long table that is lined with feral tiefling men on either side, and Etsos is at the other head of the table at the very far end on the other side. And she's like got a fork stabbed into some meat and she's sawing at it with a knife, but she's only scraping the plate, and she's just glaring across the table at Lord Veld, who is acting completely oblivious to her absolute death glare from across the table. Although he must have seen her. Or no.
In both of their obvious not paying attention to what we're doing, I'm gonna drop, assuming my backpack's like on the floor or next to me or something, I'm just gonna like casually reach in and pull out like some like meat ration or something that looks resembling close to what they're eating, and just like,
You need to roll a sleight of hand, my friend. The paladin trying to do sleight of hand.
if this works, I'll be so happy.
Oh my god.
Oh, I got a 6.
Oh.
I am contributing a piece.
The two boys, Tato and Brixney, look at you like pulling out the thing, and they kind of look at each other and they look back at you with like this like sideways like look, and they're like, I don't know. You could like do something to make a persuasion against them.
I'm a paladin. I'm not good at this off the cuff.
Well, you've got good charisma usually.
I do. I am simply contributing a piece of my rations to this great and humble feast. Would you care for a piece? And Rob breaks off like a loaf of bread and like hands him.
What's your persuasion roll?
Come on, hopefully something good. Oh, thank goodness. A dirty 20.
A dirty 20? They look at each other again, they look down at what you're offering out to them, and you see the same look of revulsion on their faces looking at your food that you and all of your crew had looking at their food. And they go, no, that's okay. It should be fine.
Oh, good. Rob just like bites into like his piece of bread or whatever and goes, you really missed it out.
Tato, watching you take a big bite, puts his hand to his mouth and goes, excuse me, and like walks away quickly. And Brixney just looks away and goes, all right, you enjoy that. We're gonna go sit down. As they
Rob
like
says nothing further.
Yeah, they obviously think that your food is fucking disgusting.
Gorkar missed the entire conversation about what the meat was, because when he saw the food, he immediately went over to like try and start serving himself. He starts getting a big helping of mushrooms because Gorkar likes his meat rare, and so blood taste isn't bad to him. Then he gets to the meat and he kind of sniffs, and you see him like...
Gorkar, roll an insight.
God, it's gonna be dwarfs.
Wow, a natural 20 with no modifier gives me a dirty 20.
Your natural dirty 20 tells you that this is elf flesh.
Gorkar looks down at it, and like, you hear him like talking to himself, go, Gorkar thought this smelled funny. I guess Gorkar filled up on mushrooms today.
Gorkar walks back over with a heaping plate of blood mushrooms. And yes, that's what they're called.
Meanwhile, Frankie is just standing at the counter, like
it's all the food is stacked on the table. Like you sit down and just grab shit from the table in front of you.
I'm assuming we're seated next to Velb.
And you're seated pretty close to him, but you're still like a few people between you and him.
Yeah, I didn't think we meant like right next to him, but like I'm assuming we're closer to him than Etsos.
Kind of in the middle.
Can I like loop Frankie into my random like, Frankie, try this.
Now my question
so
is,
amazing.
are you sitting 2 and 2 across from each other, or are you sitting 4 in a row? Or are you sitting 1 and 3?
I think 2 and 2 across makes the most sense.
Yeah. All right.
Jabbers loads up on the mushrooms because he's fine with that. Dude, it looks fine. It looks so fine. He's only not eating the meat because Rob made a big fuss. And,
you see, Rob, you try to hand him the piece of bread, and you see Frankie like has a slab of meat on his plate, and it's like cut, and he has like a bit on the fork. He's like about to put it in his mouth.
Rob's like, want to try some of this nice bread? So good. Here, Frankie, try some.
Okay. He leans in to take some of the bread.
I am stuffed. Darn, couldn't eat another bite.
Right. It would be hilarious if Frankie went, well, I could, shoves the meat in his mouth.
No, I mean, he's gonna try some.
Yeah, oh, wait, do you know, Frankie knows what it is?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, only Gorkar
Frankie
knows
is a
what.
foodie. He wants to sample the local cuisine.
Gorkar knows
Oh.
what it is. Frankie just knows what it is. And the inflection is important there.
If Frankie eats it, Gorkar's gonna ask if it's tasty.
Gorkar like salivates a little. Is it good?
Yeah, Frankie takes a bite.
Roll a d20.
By the light.
14?
It's not bad. It's worrying how good this is. It's
Well,
kind of
he
like
gets
it's
it,
kind of
man.
like eating a. It's not. It doesn't taste like bacon, but what I'm saying is like the first time you have bacon, where it's like, oh my god, what? How? What? It's like, whoa, that's actually like not bad.
Frankie seems kind of disturbed by this thought. Like, he tried it, yeah, like he's trying to be respectful, and also he is a food, like he's a chef, he's a food person, so he's kind of curious. And this is a situation where you would not be able to, you know, like it's safe to indulge that curiosity to a certain extent. But that finding it to be like actually pretty palatable is like clearly kind of disturbed him.
Like there's some spices and herbs that are dry rubbed on the meat that just accentuate the flavor, and it's really disturbing how well it all comes together.
Yeah, like he likes the flavor, but he does not like that he likes the flavor.
Oh yes.
Gorkar
He
kind
does
of looks
not
at
like that he likes the flavor. That's a shirt.
Gorkar looks at Frankie and is like, how is it?
It's pretty good.
Gorkar like visually salivates a little bit. Shovels a mushroom into his mouth and goes, Gorkar thinks you should try the mushrooms next.
There's a big. I am imagining like a big dollop of drool going onto the table before Gorkar like goes back to eating.
And Frankie just has that look from that like meme with the finger pointing up, like you're about to say something, and then the like concerned look on his face. He's just like,
Oh.
Gorkar, hold on, let me roll a d20. I'm doing a Gorkar check.
Frankie the Cannibal.
Oh God, yeah.
I mean, are you
Frankie's-
telling
exactly.
me, especially having been told that humans taste like pork, that you wouldn't try human meat if given a guilt-free opportunity?
I probably wouldn't. Honestly,
No,
I don't want to
I'm
know.
okay on that.
yeah,
And I don't want to
comfortable
talk
not knowing
about it
that
right
myself.
now. I only want to talk about it in a fantasy context.
Yeah, IRL, I'm comfortable not knowing that about myself. Frankie, however, he's a chef. He wants to know.
Mhm. So Frankie, do
Wow.
you try one of the blood mushrooms?
Oh yeah. That's nothing.
Oh, roll another
Okay,
d20.
so my DC for if Gorkar would ask for a piece or not was 10, and I got a 12. So
oh
Gorkar
yeah.
kind of looks at Frankie's plate and goes,
Well, there's a lot
Um,
stacked in front of you, Gorkar. You could just grab a piece. There's piles sitting all over the table.
it doesn't look like Frankie's gonna eat any more of his though. So
Yeah.
Gorkar's like, will you cut Gorkar off a piece? Gorkar is curious.
Frankie just gives him the plate and it's like, I'm gonna try some of these mushrooms, and I rolled a 17 on that.
Oh, they're even better than the meat was.
Yeah, Frankie just piles this plate full of mushrooms.
There's something about the coppery twang of it that shouldn't work, but because of the spices that have been mixed in on it, it's ridiculous how it works.
Yep.
It's like Oreos and mustard, and I fucking swear to you, I've only tried it once and it does work, but it's weird enough that I don't ever want to taste it again. But it does taste good. It's
Yeah,
like that.
Frankie's go to town on the mushrooms and just keeps
by
between
the
bites
way-
saying things like, "Ooh, this umami flavor."
And by the way, that's no cap. I'm not trolling you. Put a dollop of mustard on a fucking Oreo and eat that shit, and tell me that it doesn't like work in a way that shouldn't.
I cannot conceive of a reason to purchase mustard.
Oh man, I love
What?
mustard.
Yeah, mustard is terrible.
I love mustard.
What?
If you want to go with like a Grey Poupon or something like that, like I like that, but I do
Oh my
not care for
God.
yellow mustard. No.
Well,
Most
So-
people around here don't eat it.
Oh,
So-
Gorkar tries the meat, by the way.
Gorkar, the DC for you liking the meat is much lower since you are what you are. What do you roll at? What did you roll?
7.
A 7? You've had better. You're not very fond of the way that they've spiced it.
Gorkar prefers red meat.
Yeah, and the fact that it's cooked goes against it.
Yeah, they overcooked it for Gorkar's standards.
Well,
Gorkar
they
likes
cooked
the.
it all.
He likes
I
it.
was gonna say Gorkar because he spent a lot of time with dwarves, so he's gonna eat some cooked meat, but he likes it just seared on both sides, like a rare steak.
Man
But
after my own
also-
heart.
Gorkar, one of the things that you noted is that the dwarven food always seemed very bland. But you did, like, it was only the food that they gave you. You watched them make food for themselves that was just full of spices and shit. But they told you that, unfortunately, you definitely could not eat it or it might kill you. For real, no joking. And that's why they
Good
gave you
thing.
spiceless food, because they couldn't keep track of which of their spices would kill you, and which of their spices were just spices.
Good thing Gorkar loves taste of meat without spices.
Also, you
Salt
notice
and
that
pepper is all.
dwarves have that, like, what is it? The hardy constitution thing where they have resistance to disease and poison or something? What was it again? Or they have
Yeah,
resistance
they have
against
they have, a,
poison?
they have
Yeah.
a natural resistance to poison.
Yeah, and so the joke is that all the other races think that dwarven food is fucking bland. But the reason that they think it's bland is because the dwarves killed people a couple times making them their food because they couldn't keep track of, like, which of their spices killed other people, and so they just stopped using any of their spices on food they gave other people. And so everybody just thinks the dwarves just throw chicken in water and boil it and eat it like that.
Yeah, we don't want to create a diplomatic incident, so we're gonna stop spicing our guests' food.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, come on. What do you mean I can't use the hemlock in this? Nah, dude, that kills them. Are you serious? It's the best part of the dish. Anyway, what's that?
I just said God.
Yeah. So anyway, that's canon to my setting as well. Also the fact that dwarves usually have little Yosemite Sam accents instead of Scottish. Yep, that's what dwarves sound like. So
Yep.
anyway, I started shooting. So yeah, you all are sitting at this table, partaking of the food, and, well, potentially partaking of the food. What did Gorkar think of the mushrooms?
Should I roll for it?
Oh yes. It's a higher DC because you don't usually eat plant-based foods as a bugbear.
But it does taste like blood, so that should even it out, eh?
A bit.
That's a 13.
A 13? Oh yeah, the blood mushrooms are definitely better, and it's because they're full of blood.
Again, Frankie is just shoveling mushrooms in his mouth. Like, yeah, it's a bit like black pudding, isn't it? It's pretty good.
Frankie, you all look up at Frankie, and he's got like a blood splatter around his mouth from the mushrooms.
Oh,
They're
Ed Sauce
very-
is gonna love this.
They're very juicy. Oh, you see Edsauce's eyes are on Frankie, and she's like licking her top lip and like she's plotting. She's got that very predator look on, that very hawk-like gaze watching him. He is prey, and she is stalking.
I assume he's just like shoveling food in his mouth and then like catches that she's staring at him and he like slowly lowers his fork back down to his plate and like picks up a napkin and dabs his face.
She does like the eyebrow, like the once up down, where she goes like, and she just picks up her glass and drinks it and gives you a wink, Frankie, and then continues to stare openly.
Just Jordan Peele sweating emoji or sweating meme.
She's not bashful about it. She's just openly staring. I mean, it's potential that she's only doing it to make you uncomfortable, but
Yeah, but
she's looking at you.
Frankie happens to be susceptible to this.
Oh yes, for sure. She is eating it up. there is a ting 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 from Lord Veld's side of the table, and you look over and you see Lord Veld stand up, and Zit climbs up on top of his shoulders, grabs the bowl that has the beholder Veld himself in it, stands on the place where it usually sits and holds it up higher above his head, and Lord Veld's arms still gesticulating as if it's just him talking, goes, "Oh, my lovely lady and gentlemen, tonight is a very important night as we celebrate the next set of heroes to embark on the great journey into the Shoggoth." He seems to be being extra dramatic about it, and he keeps looking up at something that none of you can see. It's almost like he's talking to an invisible camera, or like playing up to a crowd that doesn't exist. It appears like madness. And he says, "Now, for your entertainment, tomorrow, Jop, you know what time? Our lovely guest," and he raises his hand out, and all four of you float up about 5 feet from your chairs. Our new guests will be departing for their first major trial with the Gem of Dutrex, and he points dramatically at Jabbers. And Jabbers, the Gem of Dutrex just kind of floats out from your pocket right in front of you.
Jabbers reaches out to try and grab it.
Yeah, Jabbers just snatches at it like, "Ah!" And you grab
mine!
it. Yep, it just floats out in front of you to like show everybody. And he says, "Make sure you tune in." And then Zit kind of like sags down like, "Oh, so heavy," and like plunks the globe back down on the shoulders and climbs down. And Veld's standing there with his hands on his hips, the beholder inside the bowl, looking very happy. And he goes, "Well, how was that then? I think that was rather good. Hank, Vorst?" And they both like nod and clap. "Yes, yes, very good, sir, very good. Yeah, oh, fantastic performance, sir. Oh, just the best. Oh, it's better than your last one here, sir." And he's just like, "Oh,
Gorkar
thank
is
you.
awkwardly clapping.
Yeah,
Thank
Frankie
you.
is like golf clapping.
Thank you all." None of the tieflings are clapping, and Etsos has resumed her, like, major eye-rolly, huffy, stuff. Lord...
Jabbers is
yeah.
like clutching the gem to his chest, like glancing around, like visibly upset.
You all are lowered back down into your chairs, somewhat awkwardly, and Lord Veld turns to Mr. Hank and Mr. Vorst and says, "Well then, business. This celebration is concluded. We have business." And he goes striding forward. A large purple portal opens up in front of him, and he steps through it, followed quickly by Zit, who doesn't look behind at all. Mr. Hank and Mr. Vorst look at all four of you and say, "Good luck getting back to the city." And they step through the portal, and it shuts behind them. And Etsos lets out a loud, "Ugh! It's about time." And she, like, all of the male tieflings just stand up from the table and start, like, cleaning up. And she just stands up and stalks off to her tent. Followed on her heels very closely is Vath and Uding, who follow her into the tent. And the four of you are left in this, like, chaos. No one's, like, Brixney and Tado are both busy. Blaze is busy. Like, all the tieflings are busy. Like, no one seems to have given a second thought to you guys at this point. Like, whatever they were doing, it's done.
I just look around at my party and disbelief, like, they could have just took us with them. You know.
Yeah, for as important as we seem to be, they don't seem to give us much thought.
Gorkar's still just shoveling blood mushrooms into his gullet.
Oh yeah, Frankie is taking some from the table and putting them in his pack.
The platters are like being cleared, so you're like grabbing them from plates as they're being taken away. Like, wait, I can't grab more of these.
You're all just gross.
Hey, Bent, thanks for the critical redeem. We'll see if we get to that tonight. I don't know if or when there's going to be combat.
How many mushrooms can I put in my bag?
I mean, these are huge. So you can get like a few good slices, although as you put the first one in, you note that it leaks blood all over everything inside the bag.
Jabber's now satisfied that no one is trying to take his gem, quickly shoves it back into his pocket.
Yep.
So could I take like one that isn't a cutting?
Oh, no, they're all cuttings. These are from
okay.
mushrooms that are like bigger than you are.
Okay. Yeah, never mind then. Frankie doesn't take any.
Oh,
Yeah, you go to stick it in there and note that it's just dripping with blood and go, ooh.
I'll be back for more of this later.
You look up at the sky. It is completely clear. This whole time, the hours that you've spent in the vestige of Gore, today, there has not been a single cloud in the sky. And you remember that it rained pretty often and pretty quickly when you first got here.
Shall we return?
Lord Bell must control the weather, is what Rob concludes in his mind.
I didn't mean to step on you, sorry.
No, it's okay. Go ahead, your turn.
Oh, I was just saying, should we return to the city before the weather turns, as it were?
Oh,
You look
yeah.
around, there's not a cloud in sight. You get the feeling that it's going to be this way for quite a long while.
Oh, I'm still leaving.
Before, there would be clouds in the distance, even if it wasn't raining. Right now, absolutely cloudless sky.
Yeah, I'd like to go before I catch the lady's eye again.
Good journeys home, then.
So,
Was
vastly
that version-
ignored by the residents of Gore, the lost make their way back through the village and out down the long 2-hour walk down the road. It's rather quiet. You also note that with the disappearance of the clouds, the flocks of sturges have also disappeared from the distance. In fact,
Thank goodness.
you don't really see anything out around anymore. Whereas when you first got here, there was like some strange bug noises. It's completely silent.
I think
You-
I see.
Did we cleanse this area?
No, my lord. I think it's like a floodplain. The food, the life, comes and goes with the water. Everything here must subsist on the rain.
Blood.
Roll insight. Anybody that's involved in this conversation?
Natural
I
20
just-
for a 23.
Oh, Frankie, you say that, and then you look over at Jabbers at the where he stuffed the gem in his pocket. That gem might have something to do with it.
Right, we beat the boss, we beat the temple type thing.
You were told that a red bolt of lightning struck it, and the rain instantly stopped when that happened.
No, it's the gem. Killing Dutrex and taking it must have ended some curse on the land, so I guess you're right.
Right, and we vanquished some sort of hell here.
Huh.
So we did good?
For now.
Gorkar not
Well,
sure if we saved the land per se. It seemed like tieflings thrive in blood rain.
I mean, I'm not sure how to feel. They feast upon the flesh of, well, my people.
I think it was my people.
Got
You know
all
what
the
I meant.
Gorkar back.
Only halfway, Frankie.
It's still more my people than it is Rob's.
You're not wrong.
Okay, Gorkar bites his tongue and doesn't say that it was elves.
Oh, Frankie apparently knew.
It was a guess.
That's true. I didn't know.
Yep. Alright, so you all get back into Velderheim. A boop, boop, boop. Where is it? There it is. And there we go. Back into the rain, you walk. The heat on your skin and your clothes with the rain turns into a mist that wafts up off of you for a few minutes as you enter the city, much like the last time. You don't seem to catch as many people's attention this time when you enter the city again. The spectacle of the new group seems to be wearing thin rather quickly.
Good.
As you all have kind of, in the past 4 days, already become just another part of the backdrop of the many denizens coming and going throughout the city.
We should get back to the Broken Fiddler. I feel compelled to change.
You know, like fancy new dads?
I find I like them less after dinner.
Don't let that sauce discourage you. Frankie looked good in new outfit. Makes him look like dangerous but very practiced with mage.
Jabbers agree.
Well, I'm just plain out starved. I need a real meal.
I'm sure Zolinar could scrape something up for us.
Gorkar would like guilt-free meat.
Agreed.
Guilt-free.
Yeah.
I mean, they were already dead, and we didn't kill them. It's about as guilt-free as it gets.
That doesn't make me feel any better, Frankie.
Frankie just kind of shrugs.
Gorkar thinks Rob should loosen up and maybe try people meat sometime.
Sometimes it's hard to tell when line is crossed.
I will pass on eating my fellow people. Animals will suffice.
Jabbers
Gorkar
might
suggested
listen.
Rob ever change his mind. Rob should pass on the seasoning.
Rob
I
looks
feel
at
like
Gorkar
this-
as he says this, then looks at Frankie, and Frankie is just violently shaking his head no.
I feel like the seasoning would be the only thing that, but it doesn't matter. I will not partake.
If Jabbers had to, Jabbers would eat lizard. Again,
we're
it's
not
hard to
talking
tell
about
when
like-
line is
yeah.
crossed is okay or not.
Lizard's pretty good. So is Snake.
I don't know if I'd reach for those right away either.
You've never had to endure a very long winter, have you, my lord?
I won't lie. The meat of cow and sheep were always aplenty.
Frankie just kind of nods knowingly.
It wasn't necessarily about having a lot of money. It's just not many people were willing to attack the fortress of a bunch of paladins. You know what I mean?
So Rob eat cow. Jabbers kind of turns around and points back at the gate towards like where the Minotaur are. Would Rob eat?
Not like that, Jabbers. He kind of... It's different. He... You know... is a person. He does things. He has thoughts and hopes and dreams, and I can't necessarily vouch for cows, but as far as I know, they have not expressed such desires.
I can tell you, my lord, that animals as well as people feel things.
Gorkar has met pretty
Did
smart
not mean
cows.
they didn't feel. They just I don't know the extent of their feelings.
I think
Didn't
the
know
lesson
the extent of Gorkar's feelings when you met Gorkar. Would you have eaten Gorkar?
Absolutely not.
the lesson from this, my lord, I think, is to show gratitude from where your food comes from. Honor the sacrifice of the cow as you would the sacrifice of a noble ally.
I feel like those are extreme circumstances, and I do have no intention of eating you if you were to be fallen.
Frankie shrugs and says, both saved your life.
This is a grim discussion.
Yes, food.
You all approach the Broken Fiddler's doorstep at this point.
I'm going to eat and perhaps lay down in my bed and reflect on life for a moment.
Oh dear. Or Rob.
Rob is having an existential crisis right now.
Frankie's gonna go change. Rob's like, I think I'm a vegetarian.
Did you know, by the way, on that regard, that, okay, this is a little bit of a rabbit hole. There's a kind of vine, I forget what the name of it is. It's something like a mimic vine or some shit like that. But it you know, creeps up on other plants like vines do. And then in order to camouflage itself, it mimics the leaves of the plant that it's on. Now, for a long time, it was thought that these plants, like, did this because they, like, interfaced with the plant. You know, like how you can graft an orange branch onto a lemon tree and get oranges growing on a lemon tree kind of thing. Except that this plant can mimic the leaves of plastic plants that it climbs on. Something else that's interesting about this plant is that it has photoreceptors all over it, similar to the ones that we have in our eyes. And not only that, but all plants have these photoreceptors all over them.
Oh yeah, I mean...
Plants can actually see you.
You have to kill something in order to live. That's just the nature of humanity. Like, we can't photosynthesize things.
But that's it's like, they don't have eyes like we understand them, but they can see you. They have photoreceptors, they can see you. Anytime you've stood in a forest,
all they want.
Anytime you stood in a forest and got that weird feeling of being watched, you are.
They can look at me all they want.
Trees.
I'm still eating them shits.
How dare they watch me in some of my most intimate moments?
Yeah, quite a few of mine as well.
The happening is going to be real. It's going to happen.
These shows are for free, so these plants owe us some money.
Alright, so the lot of you enter the Broken Fiddler, and you find that Zolnar is nowhere to be found for the moment. However, there is a pot sitting on the counter on top of a like ceramic plate of some kind. There's some arcane energy about it, so you get the impression this is like a magically run heating plate. And there's a letter like tent folded in front of it that just says The Lost on it. And you look at it and it's a letter from Zolnar. It says, "Greetings, Lost. Unfortunately, I have to be away in another part of the city for the night. I have made this meal for you. Feel free to have at it. It is part of the complimentary meals from today for what you did for me earlier. Thank you again, Zolnar."
Frankie, like, takes up the ladle and, like, takes a sip of it, and looks at Rob and goes, "You're in luck, my lord. Lentil soup."
Oh, fantastic. Something edible.
It's actually a very spicy clam chowder.
Yeah.
Seafood? Alright. I'll take it.
Zolnar's specialty.
Gabbers is ready to dig in because
I
I'm
actually-
kind of disappointed that he was not able to eat meat.
I
Well-
actually in life hate seafood, but that's okay.
Zolnar's cooking is canonically goddamn fantastic. He's not the best chef in the city, but he's damn close.
Frankie just ladles up bowls for everybody.
Yeah, make an extra for me.
And you all chow down on your meal. It fills your bones with warmth and fills your belly with contentment. And you all are properly nice and sleepy after eating that. So, I know that we're only 5 hours into the stream. I went to bed really early last night because I was feeling sick, and I've actually been feeling like hot trash all day today. So I would appreciate if we could call this one good. Bent, I'm gonna refund you your critical, but I feel like hot trash and I need to lay down.
That's okay.
Yeah, we're not always going to be cutting the session short, but this is probably where we're done.
Yeah, you take care of you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So, thank you everyone for being here. I have been Spaceman Dips, the Dungeon Master for this game, with all of our awesome players. Rob?
Thanks for watching. Hope you come again next time.
And Gorkar?
Big ups to all of our viewers, everybody who was in chat, and all of the lurkers. And thanks for having fun with us.
Jabbers?
Yeah, thank you, everybody. We'll see you next week.
And Frankie?
Thank you, everybody, for being here. Big shout out to the Patreon followers. Thank you so much, guys. Couldn't do it without you, but viewing is enough around here. Just glad you're here.
Mm-hmm. Very glad you're here, guys. Thank you so much. This is honestly one of the coolest games I've run in a very long time, and I'm having a lot of fun with it. I'm excited for where it's going now because we are officially cutting into and past the content that we did the first time we tried this game as a private game, long before I live streamed anything. Hope you all have a great night, and take care of yourselves. Bye.
Bye. Bye. And let the light be with you.